Chapter 693. Kong Jiangwo's fist had become a fist, and it would always be a fist. The bones in his palm had been deformed by Fang Yan. Even the most brilliant surgeon would not be able to restore his fist. It was precisely because of this that he simply died from the pain. Towards bad people, Fang Yan was indeed not as kind and benevolent as he appeared to be. Kong Jiangwo fell to the ground unconscious. Kong Jiangwo's companions were all shocked. The sissy ran over and shook Kong Jiangwo's body with all his might. His voice was shrill as he shouted, "Brother Jiangwo! Brother Jiangwo!" He raised his head to look at Fang Yan. With a fierce expression, he roared, "Brother Jiangwo is dead. I don't want to live anymore. I want to fight you to the death." He waved his claws and pounced toward the direction where Fang Yan was sitting. Bang! Fang Yan kicked him, and the sissy's body rolled non-stop in the noodle shop. Crack, crack, his body crashed into the leg of another table. Perhaps it was because Fang Yan used too much force, or perhaps it was because the table leg had not been maintained for a long time. With a "kacha" sound, the table leg broke into two. Crash! The bottles of soy sauce, vinegar, chili sauce and other condiments on the table all fell down, hitting the sissy's face and body. His eyes were splashed by the chili sauce and he desperately rubbed them with both hands while screaming like a pig being butchered. The moment he rubbed them, the sound of his screams became even more unbearable to listen to. Fang Yan stared at him coldly and said, "I'll remember you. Just now, you asked your brother Jiangwo to slap my face. Slap me shamelessly. At that time, I was thinking of slapping you shamelessly." In the end, Fang Yan did not slap the sissy's face. Because the sissy's face was covered with condiments, he had no way to do it. The Jianghu doctor turned around and wanted to run. Fang Yan's body leaped forward and grabbed the star moon Bodhi beads on his neck. After grabbing it, he exerted force and the beads broke. Crack, crack, the Bodhi seeds scattered on the ground, bouncing and bouncing non-stop. With this force, the quack doctor's body flew backward and fell heavily on the floor. Just as the quack doctor was about to get up, Fang Yan's foot had already stepped on his chest. "What do you want?" The quack doctor swallowed hard and said threateningly, "I'm telling you, you'd better not touch us. We have many brothers. You just said that if Jiangwo doesn't have the strength, you'll help him?" Fang Yan looked at the quack doctor with a smile and asked aloud. "I was just saying." The quack doctor quickly quibbled and said, "I'm a monk. I've never fought with anyone before. Why would I hit you? I was just joking with you." Fang Yan frowned and said, "My two masters are also monks. He saved my life, then we're a family." The quack doctor was happy and quickly tried to get close to him. "If they know that there's a scum like you among the monks, they'll definitely take care of you personally." Fang Yan said, "I want to discuss something with you. Can you not wear a Taoist robe when you go out in the future? It's fine if you wear a Taoist robe, but you also wear a string of Bodhi beads. Your appearance is too ugly and your taste is too low. It will lower the overall appearance and aesthetic taste of our Tao sect." "No problem. No problem. I won't wear it in the future. I definitely won't wear it." The quack doctor quickly agreed. Not to mention that he didn't wear a Taoist robe. Even if Fang Yan asked him not to wear clothes in the future, he wouldn't refuse at this time. "You agreed so readily. It's obviously perfunctory," Fang Yan said. "I hate it when people are perfunctory." His toes twisted in the middle of the quack doctor's chest, and then two of the quack doctor's ribs were broken. He was lying on the floor like a dead fish. There were many questions that he didn't understand. The others wanted to escape, but Fang Yan shouted, "Come back." So, everyone stopped at the door and didn't dare to move. "Are you going to leave like this?" Fang Yan asked coldly. Plop, the long-haired little gangster knelt on the ground, kowtowed, and begged for mercy, saying, "Grandpa, Grandpa, we were wrong. We kicked an iron plate this time. Please forgive us, please, we won't dare to do it again." Then he kowtowed to Bai Jia and said, "Miss Bai Jia, please help us. We owe you a favor. We won't dare to harass you again. If you have any difficulties, just say it to us." Bai Jia bit her lower lip and didn't speak up for this group of gangsters. 2 more people knelt down. They didn't want to have their bones broken like Kong Jiangwo and the quack doctor. There were also 2 guys who had the spirit of not kneeling down and kowtowing even if their heads were broken and their blood flowed. Although they were full of fear for Fang Yan's means, they still stood proudly, their calves were shaking non-stop. "Whoever threw the trash can take it away." Fang Yan pointed to Kong Guojian and the quack doctor who were lying on the floor and said fiercely, "Take them away from me, don't affect our appetite." The group of gangsters didn't dare to refute. They quickly helped Kong Guojian and the quack doctor to carry them out. "Hey, you guys wait for me." The sissy got up from the ground and chased outside. Opposite the bowl of Zhejiang Noodles restaurant was a dilapidated tea house. On the 2nd floor, near the window, a man wearing a baseball cap saw the ruffians fleeing in panic. He took out 100 yuan and placed it on the table. Then, he went downstairs and walked in the opposite direction of the ruffians. He was like a bystander watching an interesting play. When all the gangsters left, Bai Jia walked in front of Fang Yan and said gratefully, "Big brother Fang Yan, thank you. Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Fang Yan smiled and shook his head. "Big brother Fang Yan, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. With just one move, you knocked down all the bad guys." The little girl confirmed that Fang Yan was really fine and became happy again. She said, "Kong Jiangwo and the others are too bad. Relying on their connections, they usually swagger around on this street. Before this, they came several times. Every time, they wanted to make a move on people. So annoying, they won't come looking for you in the future." Fang Yan said with a smile. "An." The little girl nodded seriously and said, "Big brother Fang Yan taught them a lesson today. They won't dare to come again in the future." Knowing that Fang Yan's bowl of noodles was spat on, Bai Jia said, "Big brother Fang Yan, I'll ask Grandpa to make another bowl of Zhejiang noodles for you. Don't eat this bowl. Let's go. I'll take you to the backyard to wash your hands." Fang Yan nodded and followed Bai Jia to the backyard. While the teacher was eating the noodles, an old man with an apron around his neck sat opposite the teacher. "Bai Xiao was killed by this kid?" the old man asked in a deep voice. His face was as black as iron. There was no expression of sadness or joy on his face. "His name is Fang Yan." The teacher put down the chopsticks in his hand, sighed softly, and said, "Like Bai Xiao, he is the most outstanding young man in Swallow Fort. What a pity. Just now, I thought of poisoning the bowl of noodles." The old man said. The teacher nodded and said, "I know. I also had this worry, so after the noodles came, I tasted them first. That kid was brought by me. Even if there was poison, I had to taste the poison for him first. I've eaten your Zhejiang noodles for decades. If there's any strange smell, I can easily tell. You can't fool me. I knew you would taste the poison for him, so I held back and didn't poison it." The old man said. "I don't blame him. But I just want him to die." "What happens after he dies?" The teacher's expression was calm, as if everyone was discussing a very insignificant matter. "What happens after he dies? Will there be anyone from your Bai family who can survive? You know Bai Xiao's ability. Even he couldn't touch Fang Yan. Bai Xiao was killed by him. You can imagine what kind of scheming methods this kid has. I brought him to see Jiang Shifu. I brought him to see the old chief. After thinking about it, I brought him to see you guys. Why did I bring him here? Because I'm afraid. Bai Xiao killed his father. If he wants to destroy your Bai family, then he can really destroy your Bai family. Bai Xiao is the only male in the Bai family. The old man said. He killed Bai Xiao, which is equivalent to destroying our Bai family. Silly. The teacher scolded in a low voice. What about Bai Jie? Isn't he a child of your Bai family? Besides, it's not easy to have a grandson. Quan Man and Shuzhen aren't that old. At worst, we can just have another child. These people aren't from your Bai family? Because of this idiot Bai Xiao, you're going to sacrifice all of their lives? The old man was scolded by the teacher and remained silent. Fortunately, you didn't poison the noodles just now. The teacher said, otherwise, your Bai family would really have no way to survive. You saw what happened just now. This kid doesn't hold back at all. He definitely won't give others a second chance. He's ruthless. Even you can't protect us. I'm old. The teacher raised his head and smiled bitterly. Shuang Long, we're all old. If you have time, go see the old chief. He's also old. He knows about Bai Xiao, but he didn't say a word. He praised Fang Yan, said that he's a good kid, and told him to keep in touch with Jianjun. He accepted Fang Yan and acknowledged Fang Yan. If there's no accident, Fang Yan is the teacher of Swallow Dock. The new teacher. Bai Xiao died in vain. The old man muttered to himself. Chapter 694. Bai Xiao died in vain, the teacher echoed. I have a son and a daughter-in-law. We can have more grandchildren. I have a granddaughter. At worst, I can let my grandson-in-law marry into our Bai family. I can always think of a way to carry on the family line. It doesn't matter. The old man rubbed the flour on his palms and said, but Bai Xiao can't die in vain. Bai Xiao already died in vain, the teacher said coldly. If you dare to do anything, I'll kill you first before Fang Yan does anything, so as not to harm my granddaughter, then Bai Xiao can only die in vain? Big tears fell from the old man's eyes. How can he die in vain? What else can he do? Bai Xiao wanted to kill someone, but his skill was inferior. What else can he do? Why did I bring Fang Yan here? Do I really want to eat this bowl of noodles from your family? I want him to see with his own eyes what the Bai family has become. The Bai family is no longer a threat to him. We won't bring him any danger. I brought him here and let him see with his own eyes. It's countless times better than him coming here himself or sending people to find him. With me by his side, whatever he wants to do, he'll more or less consider this old man's feelings. If he comes here himself, if his friends come here, do you think the Bai family can survive? Things that can be solved with one sentence. Why did I force him to give little Bai a small gift? I was thinking if I should let them recognize a brother and sister. I just want him to have a good relationship with the Bai family. In the future, no matter what he does, he will think a little more, and he will also know how to hold back. Even if the Bai family is in trouble, he will still lend a hand. Fang Yan is a good child. If he wasn't forced into a corner, he wouldn't do anything to hurt people. Double Dragon, this is the best result. You can't ruin things in the middle. Bai Xiao died in vain. The old man sighed, got up, and walked towards the back of the kitchen. Another bowl of noodles, the teacher said. Zhejiang noodles without poison. The old man didn't say anything. The teacher put down his chopsticks and looked at the bowl of noodles in a daze. No one knew what he was thinking. This time, he could only eat half a bowl of Zhejiang noodles. After eating another bowl of Bai Xiao's fried paste noodles, Fang Yan and the teacher left together. Fang Yan wanted to pay the bill, but Bai Jie refused. Big brother Fang Yan, you gave me meteor and helped me so much. This bowl of noodles is on me. Bai Jie was so anxious that her face was red. She kept waving at Fang Yan, for fear that Fang Yen would put down the money in his hand. Fang Yen looked at her delicate and flawless face, nodded and said, "All right. Thank you, Bai Jie. Your family's zhejiang noodles are very delicious." Bai Jie grinned, waved her hand and said, "It's what I should do." "Brother Fang Yen, where do you usually live? Is it in Beijing?" Fang Yen looked at Bai Jie and asked, "What's the matter?" Bai Jie's expression was bashful as she said with some embarrassment, I think I can look for you if there's anything in the future. If those hoodlums come again, I can also ask you for help. Can you give me your cell number?" Fang Yen looked at the teacher, who nodded at him. Fang Yen had no choice but to say, "Sure." Bai Jie happily took out a white mobile phone from her pocket and said, "Big brother Fang Yen, what's your cell number? I'll call you." Fang Yen told her his cell number, and Bai Jie dialed it. Shortly after, the mobile phone in Fang Yan's pocket rang. "My name is Bai Jie." Bai Jie grinned and said, "Big brother Fang Yen, please remember my number." "That's right, I also have a brother named Bai Xiao. He's very handsome, but he rarely goes home. He's teaching in a village. I can introduce him to you in the future." Wang Yao said. "All right." Fang Yen nodded. He knew that Bai Jie shouldn't know the identity of her brother, nor her brother's situation at this time. If she knew that her brother, Bai Xiao, had been killed by him, she wouldn't call him Big Brother Fang Yen anymore, right? One day, she would know. At that time, what kind of eyes would she look at him with? Fang Yen was really looking forward to it. "I think you two are the same kind of people. You can definitely be friends when you meet," Bai Jie said. Fang Yen smiled and said, "I hope so. If he really was friends with Bai Xiao, it would be a blessing. At least, in that case, his father wouldn't die. He would still be alive, still facing him with that cold and stiff face, saying some lessons that even he himself couldn't believe." Fang Yen and the teacher walked away, but Bai Jie still stood at the door and waved at them. Fang Yen turned around and looked. The little girl seemed to be frightened as she hurriedly turned around and ran back. Her head accidentally hit the glass door, causing her to scream in pain. Fang Yen laughed loudly, and his mood finally became a lot more relaxed. The teacher looked at the laughing Fang Yen, and a smile also appeared on the corner of his mouth. "You don't hate me?" "Hate you? Hate you for what?" Fang Yen asked aloud. "Bring you to the Bai family, bring you to meet Bai Xiao's family, and use my own way to forcibly change your will," the teacher said. "That's just anger, not hate you." Fang Yen thought for a moment, then looked at the teacher and said, "Moreover, I put myself in your shoes. If I were in your shoes, maybe I would do the same thing as you. People must know how to put themselves in other people's shoes. After putting yourself in other people's shoes, your mind will become a lot more open. Because many times, we can easily become another person. A person that we originally didn't like." The teacher sighed and said, "It's best that you have this idea." He looked thoughtfully at Fang Yan's expression at this moment and said, "The Bai family almost poisoned the noodle bowl, I know." Fang Yan said. "How do you know? Don't you think it's too strange?" Fang Yan said with a smile, "As soon as you walked into the noodle house, Bai Jie came out to greet you, proving that you are a regular customer of the Bai family's noodle house. However, from beginning to end, except for Bai Jie who was busy going back and forth in the Bai family noodle house, no one else came out. According to etiquette, when you came over, they should come out to greet you. In the end, those hooligans provoked and even said such shameless words, but no one from the Bai family stood up for Bai Jie. The reason why I didn't immediately make a move was because I wanted to wait and see how they would deal with this matter. In the end, until the end, I didn't see them appear. When things are abnormal, there must be a reason. At that time, I knew that they had the intention to kill in their hearts. The reason why they didn't want to come out to greet you, the reason why they didn't want to stand up to help Bai Jie, maybe there was only one reason. They wanted to kill. If they wanted to kill, they couldn't easily stand up. Because they knew who I was, they were worried that they would reveal their resentment when they saw me. They were worried that I would see through the means they were about to use. They knew that they couldn't beat me, so the best way to kill me was naturally to poison the noodle house. So, they dared not come out to see you, or dared not come out to see me. The teacher was silent for a long time and said, "It's precisely because of this, because nothing can be hidden from you, so I told them not to provoke you." At this time, they had no ability to protect themselves. Only I sold my old face to support them. Fang Yen looked at the teacher and said, "Sir, there's one thing you're wrong about." "What's wrong?" "You don't know me well enough." Fang Yen said. "For example?" "Many people think that Bai Xiao and I are the same kind of person, and Bai Jie also thinks that I am the same kind of person as her brother, but I am not the same kind of person as him. My nature is good, and my heart is peace-loving. I won't harm people's lives and break up their families because of interests or other trivial things. I want everyone to live and live well. I know that every debt has a debtor. Bai Xiao killed my father, so I have to kill Bai Xiao. No matter what, I have to kill Bai Xiao. No matter who interceded in the middle, I have to kill Bai Xiao. But I won't kill his parents and family just because he killed my father. If I did that, I would become another Bai Xiao, speaking of which, I suffered a big loss. If someone said that they would kill your family, they would kill your family, but you could only find the real murderer to take revenge. But, aren't good people often at a disadvantage? If no one was willing to suffer a loss. If someone scolded you, you would scold that person's entire family. If someone accidentally hit your family with a car, you would hit that person's entire family. If someone hurt your family, you would kill that person's entire family. How could that be considered a normal person? This is a homicidal maniac that everyone is afraid of. I think Wen Wan will not fall in love with such a man, and you dare not give the position of Swallow Fort teacher to such a person, right?" Fang Yen looked at the teacher, looked at his old face, and said in a deep voice, "How can there be real revenge in this world? At most, it's just revenge. The victim always suffers more. Because, if there is a choice, most people hope that nothing has happened, and that the people they care about the most are still living happily and healthily." Chapter 695. Junling, a famous celebrity clubhouse in Yanjing. The clubhouse was founded by Wuxia's piano goddess, Li Junling, with an actual usable area of 3,000 square meters. The clubhouse was divided into 4 areas, designed according to the 4 themes of Scotch whiskey, red wine, Japanese food, and cocktails. On the side of the bar in the cocktail area, there was a performance stage with advanced sound equipment. On it was a Steinway ruby and ebony piano worth 1.5 million. Li Junling, the piano goddess, would also hold small concerts here from time to time. After the performance, there was no need for any post-processing, and it could be directly recorded into a CD. In addition, in the hotel next to it, there were also supporting facilities such as a spa and a gym, fully satisfying the various needs of the rich for enjoyment and privacy. Of course, it was not easy to enter here. Not only did one need to have a certain status, but they also needed to pay hundreds of thousands of membership fees every year. Fang Yen stood at the entrance of Junling Clubhouse. A handsome greeter in a black suit immediately came over and said respectfully, "Sir, how can I help you?" Fang Yen looked at him in surprise and said, "You don't look down on me?" Fang Yen had read a lot of novels. In the novels, when the hero dressed like a loser went to a more luxurious place, he would always encounter all kinds of contempt from the security guards or greeters at the door. Fang Yen was also dressed very ordinarily today. Why was this handsome greeter so polite to him? It was not scientific. The smile on the greeter's face stiffened, but he still tried to squeeze out a smile and said, "Sir, how could you have such a thought? Every guest who comes is a distinguished guest of Junling. We should give the most sincere and warm service. How could there be such a thing as looking down on me?" Pfft! A woman behind him couldn't help laughing. Li Junling, who was wearing a red dress and had her hair permed into small waves, walked over in silver stilettos. She looked at Fang Yen and said, "Sir, is this your first time coming to Junling?" Fang Yen stared at her warily and said, "Do you want to look down on me? I've read about it in books. It's not the security guards who look down on us, it's the unruly ladies in the club who look down on us." Li Junling was once again amused and giggled. She looked at Fang Yen with gentle and charming eyes and said, "Sir, you're really too funny. I'm not trying to make things difficult for you, and I don't look down on you at all. Moreover, I sincerely want to be friends with you." She took the initiative to extend her little hand to Fang Yen and said, "I'm Li Junling. May I know how to address you, sir?" Fang Yen didn't immediately hold her pair of spotlessly white and flawless small hands that were worth millions of gold, rather he carefully examined them, repeatedly praising them, saying, "White and tender skin, slender finger bones, each finger extremely rich in tensile strength, soft yet not lacking in strength. This is the world's rarely seen flux hand. It's just like the bowstring of an arrow. When it's pulled, it can make a clanging sound, and it's full of strength." Fang Yen raised his head to look at Li Junling and said with a smile, "No wonder you can become a piano expert, God has given you a pair of enviable hands." Li Junling looked at Fang Yen in astonishment and said, "Sir, you know this is a flux hand?" "I know a little." Fang Yen nodded. Li Junling's heart was in turmoil, and she asked excitedly, "Sir, are you also a person of the same profession?" Fang Yen waved his hand and said, "I only understand appreciation, but I don't understand music." Seeing that Li Junling still extended her hand, Fang Yen held her small hand and gently shook it. "Then sir is?" "Teacher." Fang Yen said. "I used to be a teacher, but now I'm a security guard." The handsome receptionist next to them looked over with a face full of astonishment, and then quickly turned his line of sight back. He thought, "Do you think we're idiots? Which security guard could make the piano goddess, Li Junling, tremble with just a few words? Which security guard has the courage to run to the entrance of Junling Club to pick up girls?" Fang Yen noticed the expression on the handsome receptionist's face, patted his shoulder and said, "Don't be suspicious, in fact, we are in the same profession, but your place of work is the club, and my place of work is the school." Li Junling pursed her lips and smiled tenderly. She was experienced and knowledgeable, so she simply didn't believe Fang Yen's nonsense. But, looking at Fang Yen speaking such nonsense with a deadpan expression that no one would believe, it was quite interesting. Moreover, he actually knew about flux hand. Just based on this point, she should regard him as an honored guest of Junling Club. "Sir, don't joke around," the handsome receptionist said with an embarrassed face. Being teased by a man in front of his female boss, he really wasn't used to it. "I'm not joking," Fang Yen said. Li Junling looked at Fang Yen and said, "Sir, I have already introduced myself, but you still haven't told me your name. This is very ungentlemanly behavior." "Fang Yen." Fang Yen said with a smile, Fang as in Fang, Yen as in two flames. "Even if I told you, you wouldn't have heard of it, so I thought that telling you my name would be meaningless. Every day, there are so many people introducing themselves to a beauty like you, so how could you remember such an insignificant person like me?" "Fang Yen? Luqi's close friend Fang Yen?" Li Junling stared at Fang Yen with wide eyes. "Luqi's close friend?" Fang Yen was surprised, and said with a bitter smile, "What do you mean? Don't you know? The matter of Luqi specially going to Huacheng to see you has already spread throughout Yanjing. Many people say that you and Mr. Luqi, say that you have a close relationship, and that you might be lovers. His courtship failed, and in his grief, he left his work in the Blue Sky Club. I still want to go to the Blue Sky Club to see Mr. Luqi's masterpiece. This time, it was Fang Yan's turn to stare with wide eyes and said, "How can you casually slander someone's innocence?" "But Mr. Luqi has never denied it. I'm saying that you're slandering my innocence," Fang Yan said angrily. "I'm someone with a girlfriend." Li Junling no longer knew how to describe her feelings. To borrow a phrase she had accidentally seen in an airplane magazine, it was, 10,000 alpacas are galloping in her heart. The person he was rumored to be Luqi, one of the 7 fanatics of Wuxia. Although she was somewhat famous in the world of the piano and was even praised as the piano goddess of Wuxia, she knew very well that she was still several Li Boyongs inferior to Luqi. Li Boyong was her father. "I have to talk to Lu Yun," Fang Yan said. "If you're not prepared to give me a status, you can't casually use my reputation." An invisible posturing was the most fatal. Li Junling thought to herself that those scions who often flaunted their luxury cars and mansions around her were nothing compared to Fang Yan. No matter how many sports cars and villas you have, do you have the ability to be friends with Luqi? If you have the ability, go and spread a rumor with Luqi. Li Junling looked at Fang Yan and asked with a smile, "Mr. Fang, are you here to meet a friend?" "Yes." Fang Yan nodded and said, "I have a friend inside." "I'll take you in," Li Junling said with a smile. "Which friend do you want to see? Don't tell me that Mr. Luqi is inside. I'll be so excited that I was lucky enough to hear her play once and became her brainless fan on the spot." "It's the Arasima duo," Fang Yan said with a smile. "Oh, a beautiful girl duo. So you like this type?" Li Junling teased. "The two of them have been especially popular in recent years." "No matter how popular they are still my students," Fang Yan said with a smile. Li Junling nodded and said, "I know. You have indeed been a teacher, and they are really your students. Xia Tian and I are good sisters. She has told me a lot of things." Fang Yan nodded and said, "The entertainment circle is only so big. It's understandable that you are familiar with each other. Which box are they in?" "In Autumn Whispers," Fang Yan said. "What a strange name. This is a very famous piano song and one of my favorite piano songs," Li Junling explained. "There are only 7 boxes in the Junling Club, and the name of each box is named after a world-famous song. For example, Croatian Rhapsody, For Alice, Starry Sky, and other songs." "That's really creative," Fang Yan said with a smile. Li Junling's popularity was excellent. Everyone who saw her would take the initiative to say hello to her. Even some people who sat far away would wave at her from afar. Li Junling's attitude was amiable, and he responded gracefully without losing his distance. Under the guidance of Li Junling, Fang Yan soon came to the door of the Autumn Whispers box. Before Fang Yan had time to open the door of the box, Jiang Qin had already jumped up from the brown leather sofa, ran over and hugged Fang Yan's arm, and shouted, "Mr. Fang, you are finally here. Yuan Lin and I have been waiting for you for an hour. There are still guests." Fang Yan said embarrassedly. Although they hadn't seen each other for a long time, Jiang Qin's attachment to him still hadn't changed. She saw that he was still throwing himself at her like a few years ago. Perhaps, in her heart, he would always be the young and handsome male teacher who liked to wear a white shirt. Seeing Li Junling standing behind Fang Yan, Jiang Qin's face suddenly turned red. She quickly let go of Fang Yan's arm and took the initiative to greet Li Junling, saying, "Sisterly, so you and Mr. Fang also know each other? I just met your Mr. Fang at the door." Li Junling said with a smile, still thinking about the scene she had just seen. Fang Yan said that he had a girlfriend. Could his girlfriend be Jiang Qin of the South Star Group? If that was the case, Fang Yan had already had a secret relationship with Jiang Qin when he was a teacher? Wasn't that a teacher-student relationship? This beast. Chapter 696. The cold wind was piercingly cold, and the glaciers stretched for thousands of miles. A puff of air, and that puff of air immediately condensed into mist. A pee, and while you were still peeing, the upper half was steaming, and the lower half was already frozen. Can you imagine what it feels like to hold a popsicle with your little penis? The land of extreme cold truly lived up to its name. This was the coldest place that Mo Qingdi knew of. Mo Qingdi felt a little sad. He never thought that he would be the mistress of an animal. At this moment, he was lying on a soft mattress woven from the fur of a snow wolf, making afternoon tea and pastries with all kinds of rare and exotic treasures, and admiring the crystal-clear inverted icicles hanging on the ceiling of the cave. It had to be said that Mo Qingdi's life at this moment was really good. Ever since he and his boyfriend, Ice Dragon, had argued countless times, Ice Dragon had finally realized that humans couldn't just eat one type of fruit. When they ate lava fruits, they also needed to eat other foods to change their taste. Thus, Mo Qingdi's 3 meals a day were lava fruits with baby ginseng, lava fruits with 9-petal snow lotus, lava fruits with red silk fish, and lava fruits with snow snake meat. Every meal was inseparable from lava fruits. However, there were other foods that could be changed, and Mo Qingdi himself was not a very picky man, so he was not dissatisfied with these 3 meals. Not only was he not picky, he was even grateful. Before he met Ice Dragon, he did not have such a standard of living. Treasures like baby ginseng and 9-petal snow lotus, he did not even think about or see them. Fortunately, there was Ice Dragon, and fortunately, there was this little transparent dog. Dragons were all rich, and every dragon had its own treasure vault. Even though Mo Qingdi had never been inside, he knew that this Ice Dragon was just as rich as the 4 seas. Otherwise, how could he continuously bring out so many precious ingredients from the cave? Other than the few things that Mo Qingdi often ate, there were also some new things that made one's eyes light up. The red silk bean, the white transparent volcano scorpion, all of these tasted pretty good, but they were very rare, and could only be eaten occasionally. There were also some unsightly-looking things that Mo Qingdi found hard to swallow. After Mo Qingdi made a gesture to Ice Dragon to indicate that he was not blessed enough to enjoy those things, Ice Dragon did not hold back and swallowed them into his stomach with a curl of his tongue. Living a comfortable life with a gentle and considerate boyfriend, although his appearance was a bit weird. But, was this the happiness she wanted? How is Fang Yan now? How is the Fang family now? Has Fang Yixing been avenged? Every day, Mo Qingdi would ponder these questions. Mo Qingdi still wanted to go back, even though he had once thought that this place of extreme coldness was very suitable for him to use as a burial ground. Go back to the flashes of swords, go back to the hatred of the country, go back to the laughter and tears, go back to Fang Yan and see how the guy who he had treated and nurtured like his own son was doing now. Isn't it too hard for one person to bear the family name alone? If you really feel tired, then just abandon everything and live a carefree life. He wanted to go back and say those words to him, he wanted him to put down his burden and run towards a new life. But, he was very clear that he would not be of much help to Fang Yan if he went back with this broken body. Moreover, a lot of hatred was caused by him. If he went back, he would definitely attract the attention of those people. They would also follow him, and Fang Yan's situation would be even more difficult, wouldn't it? He needed the Ice Dragon's blood, he needed the Ice Dragon's tendon. At least, that was what that wretched doctor told him. But, how could he lay his hands on his savior, Ice Dragon? When it looked at him with a face full of resentment, it always made Mo Qingdi think of it as the image of Fang Yan. No matter what, he could not bear to lay his hands on it, but, Mo Qingdi did not give up just because of this. For example, he pricked up his ears and listened carefully to make sure that Ice Dragon was not in the cave. He quickly stuffed the half of the ginseng fruit in his hand into his mouth, got up and walked towards the depths of the cave. It was not the first time that Mo Qingdi wanted to break into Ice Dragon's cave to see what was going on, but every time, he would be discovered by Ice Dragon. It stood in front of Mo Qingdi, its small eyes staring at him without blinking, as if it was saying to him, don't go in, okay. Every time he encountered such a situation, Mo Qingdi would smile apologetically at it, then turn around and go back. Ice Dragon acted as if nothing had happened, shaking its head as it followed behind him. When it was cold, it would bring him a piece of snow wolf skin. When it was hungry, it would bring him his favorite red lava fruit. What was in Ice Dragon's treasury? Was there a treasure that could heal his broken meridians? Mo Qingdi wanted to go and see, so he had to go and see. He knew that this was very impolite, and very immoral. If there were storytellers in the Ice Dragon realm, they would probably have a story similar to Mr. Donghua and the Wolf. Once upon a time, there was a cute and kind ice dragon. His name was Mr. Donghua. One day, when he was out foraging for food, he suddenly encountered a volcanic eruption. As he ran for his life, he found a human who was also running for his life. In the end, that cruel and shameless human stole his treasure, leaving him penniless. After a period of recuperation, as well as the nourishment of all kinds of nutritious food every day, Mo Qingdi's body had recovered a lot, even stronger than when he first entered the land of extreme cold, when he was practicing martial arts in the morning. Sometimes when he clenched his fist, he could even feel a faintly discernible flow of air in his body. Of course, when he wanted to carefully feel it, the flow of air would quickly disappear. He was sure that it was not an illusion. Perhaps it was the effect of those rare fruits. He had indeed recovered some of his strength. Some of the small meridians had already been opened, but the main artery was still broken. Air could not enter, like mud sinking into the sea, unable to make any waves. Mo Qingdi's movements were very fast, his feet lightly bounced on the ground, and his body had already scurried far away. His body was almost floating in the wind, a little like he was riding the wind. After spending so much time with that little transparent dog, even the way he walked was somewhat similar to it. Although Mo Qingdi had never successfully entered the Ice Dragon's treasure cave, he could roughly guess where it was located. Moreover, he had done countless calculations, and according to the Ice Dragon's usual speed, and the time it took for it to enter the cave to retrieve the fruits, he could roughly estimate the distance. The cave was deep and narrow, and the deeper he went, the gloomier and colder it became. On both sides of the cave, as well as the ceiling, there were ice sculptures. Those icicles were of different sizes, long or short, thick or thin, in all kinds of strange shapes, presenting a magical state in this dim light. Mo Qingdi was a skilled and daring person, so he was not afraid of these shadows and ice sculptures. But, he walked along this long and narrow passage for a long time, and still did not find the existence of any cave. Could it be that the Ice Dragon's intelligence was so high that it could set up a password or a secret door as a smokescreen? Mo Qingdi's hand touched the cold stone wall, and the icy touch spread throughout his body, but there was nothing he wanted. His hand stroked the stone wall all the way, some smooth, some protruding, but still could not find any cave that could be used to hide the treasure. Where is it? Mo Qingdi's eyes swept across the cave. He looked everywhere, and felt that everything was strange, but none of them was the place he was looking for. After walking for another 10 meters, a dark cold pond appeared. The pond water was silent, and completely dark. At first glance, it looked like a deep black hole, and there was no way to see what was inside. Mo Qingdi walked to the side of the pond, and before he even got close, a bone-chilling cold spread from the bottom of his heart. It was as if there was a prehistoric giant beast hiding in the cold water, and could swallow the intruder at any time. Mo Qingdi stared at the pond water, and after a long time, he suddenly threw himself into the cold pond. Splash, water splashed everywhere. The moment Mo Qingdi fell into the water, it was as if someone had cast a freezing spell on his body. The muscles of his body contracted violently, and even his heart stopped beating. Cold. A cold that he had never experienced before. This kind of cold was beyond the limits of human endurance. The gentle and pervasive water was like a sharp knife, incessantly cutting into Mo Qingdi's body. It cut his face, his nose, his eyes, his arms and thighs, and every inch of his body. The icy cold water gushed into his body through his pores. Even the hairs on his body had turned into fine silver needles, stimulating every acupoint in his body with the needles. Because of the self-defense mechanism of his body, when Mo Qingdi fell into the water and was attacked by the cold, his body naturally curled into a ball, like a fried prawn in a pan of oil. When Mo Qingdi's brain gradually regained consciousness, when he was able to think, when he wanted to reach out and swim deeper into the cold pond, he found that his hands could not move, and his feet could not straighten. It was as if his whole body was frozen. He was like a zombie, immersed in the bone-chilling cold water, sinking all the way into the endless darkness. Chapter 697. Mo Qingdi did not know how long he had sunk. In his heart, it seemed as long as a century. The deeper he sank, the darker it became. This cold lake was unfathomable, almost making people wonder if he had crossed into another time and space. Perhaps the ice dragon was a freak from Jurassic World, and he had followed its footsteps into the dinosaur paradise, and every day he had to avoid the pursuit of various dragons and watch them kill each other. This kind of life really made people feel a little tired. Unable to speak, unable to move his hands and feet, surrounded by bone-chilling frozen water, every part of his body was undergoing this kind of continuous torture. It was really strange. Water at this temperature should have long been frozen. Why was there no ice floating on the surface of this lake? Weak water is not ice. Could this be the legendary weak water that will never freeze? Just as Mo Qingdi was thinking, suddenly there was a glimmer of light in front of him. In this dark and gloomy lake bottom, there was suddenly such a glimmer of light in front of him, like a drowning person grabbing a piece of wood, or a starving person begging for a bun. Whoosh! Mo Qingdi's body followed the undercurrent at the bottom of the lake towards the light, and then with a bang he fell into a pool. Splash! Mo Qingdi's body fell into the pool, and then his head quickly floated up again. Only then did his bound hands and feet regain their freedom. Mo Qingdi had arrived in another world, but it was not the Jurassic Park that he had imagined, but after sinking to the bottom of the lake, following the undercurrent below, he entered a more open cave. A huge cave, the size of a basketball court. At this moment, Mo Qingdi was situated in a large pond. The pond was connected to the bottom of the frigid pond, and the spring in the frigid pond was constantly pouring water into the black pond. The water from the black pond was constantly flowing into the pond. This is the ice dragon's treasure vault? Mo Qingdi thought. Strangely shaped stones, huge icicles hanging upside down over his head, rushing water, and a world of ice and snow. It has to be said that there was really nothing to see in this extremely cold place. Other than ice and snow, there was only ice and snow, and cold wind and cold wind. If you accidentally see any bright colors, it is definitely a very rare lucky day of the year. Mo Qingdi climbed out of the ice pool, and then began to search the huge cave. He had a feeling he knew he was in the right place. Of course, the previous sentence was nonsense. This sentence was true as well. Although the cave was big, Mo Xiaodi's eyesight was better than others. Finding some things was not a difficult task for him. Soon, he found a vegetable garden in the northeast corner of the cave. It was a large patch of red, yellow, green, and purple, almost dazzling his eyes. Seeing that vegetable garden, even someone as knowledgeable as Mo Qingdi was momentarily stunned. It had to be said that in a place where even birds wouldn't poop, having such a vegetable garden was equivalent to Ma Yun having Taobao, Ma Huateng having penguin, and Wang Xikong having Wang Jianlin in the human world. The ice dragon that Mo Qingdi knew was really a local tyrant dog in this land of extreme coldness. Baby ginseng grew the most. They grew irregularly all over the hillside, making it look like a radish field. There were also some 9-petal snow lotuses, very few in number, with a large blank space in the middle. Those blank spaces should have been snow lotuses, but because Mo Qingdi liked to eat them, they were all plucked by Ice Dragon. There was also the mountain of snow wolf meat. Last time when the pack of snow wolves came to provoke the Ice Dragon, that little transparent dog suddenly showed its power and annihilated the entire pack of snow wolves right in front of Mo Qingdi's eyes. Mo Qingdi's hands and feet turned cold when he saw that. If this dog suddenly wanted to change its lifestyle or change its taste by tasting human flesh, wouldn't he be dead for sure? Big and big red silk fish, big and big snow snakes, and a variety of fruits that Mo Qingdi had either eaten or never eaten before. Mo Qingdi felt an inexplicable sadness in his heart, thinking that it was no wonder that before he met Ice Dragon, he could not find any edible creatures in the ice field. Even those mutated rats could only be eaten in half at a time, and the other half would be frozen for the next meal. Now he knew that all the edible creatures in the ice field had been collected by Ice Dragon into his own treasure vault. It was said that dragons love to collect things, and it seemed that the saying was true. Mo Qingdi naturally did not come here to look for food. Whatever he wanted to eat, Ice Dragon would not hesitate to send it to him. He had confidence in this. Ice Dragon was a very considerate dog. He walked in another direction and stopped at the entrance of a small cave. The reason why he stopped at the small cave was that he was attracted by the golden light inside. Diamonds, a lot of diamonds. White diamonds, red diamonds, yellow diamonds, green diamonds, blue diamonds, brown diamonds that were close to the color of stone, and some strange stones that were unknown but shining brightly. The dragon race liked sparkling things. They liked gold or diamonds. They liked anything that could shine. Although Mo Qingdi had always regarded Ice Dragon as an invisible little dog, he was still a side branch of the dragon race. He had many or all of the characteristics of the dragon race. Greed, lust. Of course, lust referred to his love of color. As for whether he was attracted to men or women, Mo Qingdi had not yet found out. Based on Mo Qingdi's mathematical skills, he made a preliminary calculation in his mind. If he brought all these diamonds back to Yanjing, he would definitely be able to sell them for an astronomical figure. As for how much that astronomical figure would be, he had no idea. Mo Qingdi stood at the entrance of the cave for a few seconds, then turned and left. Looking at the pile of stones, he was not as surprised as he was when he saw the vegetable field. Presumably, Fang Yan would like these stones more. Then, Mo Qingdi continued to walk along the small path. In the most secluded northwest corner, he found a cave blocked with stones. Because the stones blocking the door were not big, there were many gaps in the middle. Through these gaps, he could see light coming from inside the cave. Mo Qingdi peered through the gaps, but he saw nothing but light. This made Mo Qingdi feel very strange. The precious vegetable field and glittering stones were not sealed with stones, so why was this cave blocked with stones? Could it be that there were more precious treasures inside than the vegetable field and the diamonds? Without any hesitation, Mo Qingdi quickly removed the big stones blocking the entrance. When he stood in the middle of the cave and looked at the huge ice sculptures on both sides of the cave, he felt an indescribable sense of shock. Ice dragons. Huge ice dragons. These ice dragons were big and small. The big ones were as big as a yacht, and the small ones were as small as a fishing boat. They stood on both sides of the stone wall, frozen by ice and snow, eternally accompanying the sun, moon, and stars. 1, 2, 3, 4. The entire family of the ice dragons was buried here, right? Although these ice dragons had been dead for a long time, because of the ice and snow, they still looked lifelike. The huge ice dragons stood there with their chests puffed out, just like the proud look of the transparent little dog in front of Mo Qingdi, except that these ice dragons were more domineering and intimidating. Mo Qingdi had never had a clear concept of ice dragons. He thought that ice dragons were the transparent little dog that he knew now. They were like this when they were young, and they would still be like this when they grew up. Of course, because of the language barrier, he could not ask the transparent little dog if it was 3 years old, 13 years old, or 30 years old. He didn't expect that the little transparent dog that looked so weak to be so huge. It looked like a mutated monster. It was a dragon, a species that had the potential to grow into the shape of a dragon. There really are dragons in this world? Mo Qingdi stood there with a dull face, unable to believe the reality before his eyes. But they stood there, and as long as he took a few steps forward, he could reach out and touch their skin, their strong bodies, and their tall thighs that were almost as tall as a man. They were taller and more powerful than the biggest bear. They were the predators of this world. Fortunately, they lived in this land of extreme cold and not the human world. Fortunately, they were rare and could not reproduce in large numbers. Otherwise, it would be a disaster for the human world. Mo Qingdi's heart was beating wildly, and he could not stop swallowing his saliva. He took a few steps forward, walked in front of the largest and strongest ice dragon, and reached out to touch its body. Its body was still well preserved, its skin was transparent, and the meridians inside were vaguely visible. He did not know if there was still blood inside, but there should be. Because the temperature here was too low, it was possible that the moment the ice dragon died, the ice and snow immediately froze its entire body along with the blood inside. Is this the miracle I have been waiting for? Mo Qingdi's hand that was touching the ice dragon's body was trembling slightly. He could not do anything to the small ice dragon, but the tendons and blood of these ice dragons were still intact. "Awo!" A shrill cry was heard. The transparent little dog stood at the entrance of the cave with a ferocious look on its face. Its legs were stretched forward, ready to pounce and bite. For it, Mo Qingdi's behavior had touched its reverse scale, even though it did not have a single scale on its body. Chapter 698. It was not easy to coax a beautiful woman to bed. Just as he was about to make love to her, her husband came in. Mo Qingdi's mood was exactly the same as that of a failed rapist. He needed the tendons of the ice dragon to reconnect his meridians, and he needed the blood of the ice dragon to forge his body. This was the reason why he traveled thousands of miles to this land of extreme cold. He could not lay his hands on his savior, the little ice dragon, so he could not recover, and he could not go back to Wuxia, to the Fang clan, and to Fang Yan's side. By chance, or it could be said that under Mo Qingdi's meticulous search, he finally found an opportunity to jump into the cold pond when the little ice dragon was out looking for food, and was then washed by the undercurrent to this huge treasure cave. He discovered the incomparably precious vegetable garden, he discovered the inexhaustible diamond vault, and he also discovered the ice dragon's graveyard, the place where the ice dragons hid their corpses. The ice dragon was an extremely rare and unfamiliar species. Even the ancient medical book, Records of Strange Things, only had a few words about it. Mo Qingdi was guided by the medical fanatic to search for the ice dragon, and he had the thought of dying in vain. However, he did not expect his luck to be so heaven-defying. He actually found the legendary ice dragon, and even found many ice dragons. Mo Qingdi wanted to hug the legs of the ice dragon and cry. His illness could finally be cured. He could not lay his hands on the little ice dragon, so he would put down a big one. He would pull out its tendons, drink its blood, and then quickly leave this land of extreme cold. After doing such a thing, he no longer had the face to face the cute resentful expression of the little transparent dog. Unexpectedly, before he could do such a thing, the little ice dragon had already rushed over, blocking the entrance of the tomb and howling at him. This was the first time the ice dragon had treated him with such a violent attitude. Even when they first met and were still strangers, it did not act like this. Roar. The ice dragon roared, and the sound lasted for a long time. The last time they were besieged by the pack of snow wolves, the ice dragon had also roared like this. But at that time, its roar was full of power and fighting spirit. It was like a battle cry before a battle, but also a declaration of victory. This time, it was different. Its voice was even sharper and more majestic, but there was no power in its voice. There was only grief and indignation, no fighting spirit, only endless killing intent. Ice Dragon was angry. Dragons had reverse scales, and those who touched them would die. For the Ice Dragon bloodline, protecting the bodies and graves of their fathers and ancestors was their greatest responsibility. No matter who it was, anyone who dared to trespass would be torn apart by the sharp teeth and claws of the Ice Dragon. What Ice Dragon did not expect was that the person who barged in this time was Mo Qingdi. The Ice Dragon did not understand the human language, but in its heart, it treated him as a companion. It was the same kind of dragon as him. It would not hurt him, nor would it discriminate against him. If there was good food, it would feed him. If there was something good to drink, it would let him drink. If there was danger, it would rush to the front. The Ice Dragon was lonely because he lacked his own kind. Therefore, the lonely Ice Dragon recognized Mo Qingdi as one of his kind. But how could he do this? How could he hurt himself like this? Oh! Ice Dragon's eyes turned crimson. His dragon heart was in great pain. It was as if his heart was being cut by a knife. Ice Dragon stretched his front legs forward and his back legs back. His body was arched, like a sharp arrow that could be shot at any time. This was the posture of the Ice Dragon when he was about to attack. Ice Dragon was about to attack. Mo Qingdi felt a little melancholy. He had thought of such an outcome, but in his heart, he did not want it to happen. Mo Qingdi knew that the Ice Dragon did not understand the human language, but he could not help but want to say something. Because if he did not say something, his heart would be very uncomfortable. Talking to an animal was such a stupid thing to do, but no one could see it anyway. I know you are very sad. This is my fault. Mo Qingdi was like a father who had done something wrong, apologizing to his wrong child. I have never told you that I came to this land of extreme cold to find you. A doctor told me that eating the Ice Dragon's tendon and drinking the Ice Dragon's blood could repair my damaged meridians. I did not believe it at that time, but I still wanted to come and try. When I was young, I did not have a family. I was all alone. It was a very dignified man who brought me home. He asked me what my surname was. I said my surname was Mo Xiaolang. He said it was not a good name. Xiaolang, it sounded like a simple name for a cat or dog. The most important thing in Jianghu is to have a good reputation. He said my name was not domineering enough. He thought about it and said he wanted to change my name to Mo Qingdi. I liked this name very much. I asked him what his surname was, and he said his surname was Fang Hui. I said I could also have the surname Fang. From now on, I will be your disciple. My life belongs to the Fang family. He refused. He said that we are all born and raised by our parents. How can we easily pull other people's children into our own family? If you want, you can stay with the Fang family for the rest of your life. If you don't want, you can roll up your bedding and leave. But let me know when you leave. That way, I won't curse. I will stay with the Fang family. I will become a part of the Fang family. Roar, the Ice Dragon's roar became deeper, and the vibration frequency of its chest became much lower. Its blood-red eyes looked at Mo Qingdi in confusion. It did not know what this man was saying to it. Was it apologizing? Saying sorry? My surname is not Fang, but I have never felt that I am not a member of the Fang family. Fang Hui is my master, and also my father. Fang Yixing is my senior, and also my elder brother. Fang Yan is my junior, and also my child. In those years, the Fang family had some good days. Especially after I succeeded in climbing the heavenly Tao, the Fang family was in the limelight. I was very proud that I could bring glory to the Fang family. That is what I have been working hard to achieve. But, too many things happened later. At this point, Mo Qingdi's voice became a little gloomy. My meridians were cut, Fang Yan's heart of Tai Chi suddenly became stillborn, and Fang Yixing was killed in front of his house. That night, I rushed out with my spear, but when I was halfway there, I saw Fang Yan carrying his father's corpse back. I glanced at Fang Yan, then turned around and left. I locked myself in the courtyard drinking. That day. No, that time, I drank for 3 days and 3 nights, and then slept for 4 days. I woke up a week later, because I had no choice but to wake up. That was the 7th day of Yixing's death. According to the rules of Swallow Dock, it was a very important day. Later on, Fang Yan guarded the tomb, just like you are now. He was quiet, ate and slept less. I secretly went to visit him. He had nightmares every night, and woke up from them countless times. I know that his heart was filled with guilt and self-blame. He regretted not being able to protect his father, and regretted not being able to save his father. Actually, I feel the same way as him. No, I feel even more guilty and remorseful than him. He is just a child. Everyone can forgive him for not being able to do these things. However, I am the disciple of the old master, I am Yixing's brother, and I am the same age as him. I should bear the responsibility of protecting the family, but I did not do it. This is hard to forgive. I could not save his son, and he must be very disappointed in me, right? Wuxia, Azure Dragon, don't underestimate me. Come to think of it, we have some history. You are an ice dragon, and I am an azure dragon, but I am also a useless dragon. I know that there are countless people who are laughing at me. There are countless people who are pointing fingers at my back. They are betting that I will never be able to stand up. They are mocking me for not being able to protect the Fang clan and my brothers. At that time, I thought that even if I could not go back alive, would die outside. I could not let the Fang family suffer more humiliation because of my existence. So, I came to this extremely cold place, and I met you. I looked for you for a very long time, and when I found you, I was already in despair. The volcano erupted, and I thought I was going to be drowned by the lava and buried by the glacier. Who would have thought that I would be saved by you? Mo Qingdi looked straight into Ice Dragon's eyes, and with a bitter smile, he said, "We humans have a saying, a drop of water must be returned with a spring of water. You saved my life, and I should give my life to you. But, I can't do that. I have to go back, and I have to go back healthy. So, I found this place, and I also want to extract some dragon tendons from your ancestor, and use some dragon blood. I am a villain." Mo Qingdi looked at Ice Dragon and said, "I am a despicable and shameless villain. I apologize to you, and I admit my mistake honestly." Mo Qingdi turned to look at the frozen corpses of the ice dragons, and said, "But I have to be honest with you, I still want them. I really need their help." Roar, seeing where Mo Qingdi was looking, Ice Dragon roared again. Its voice grew louder, and it was deafening, like thunder in a cave. Crack, crack. The icicles above began to fall, and the ice on the walls began to crack. "Humans are really shameless," Mo Qingdi said. "Don't ever think of trusting humans again. If you see someone like me, just open your mouth and eat him." Roar, Ice Dragon's hind claws kicked wildly on the ground, and ice shards flew in all directions. I've never said these words to anyone, not to the old man, not to my wife, and not to Fang Yan. Now that I've said them to you, I feel much better. I've said what I want to say, and now it's your turn. Mo Qingdi looked at Ice Dragon and said. Roar! Ice Dragon roared, and its body left the ground. It opened its mouth and pounced towards Mo Qingdi. Chapter 699. So Big Sister Junling and Teacher Fong have only just met? I thought you guys knew each other a long time ago. Hearing Li Junling say that he and Fong Yan met at the entrance of the club, Jiang Qin's heart suddenly became a lot happier. She said with a smile, Sister Junling, I like the private room of Autumn Whispers the most. Every time I come here, I will choose this room. Sometimes I will also go to Starry Sky, but I prefer the name of Autumn Whispers. It sounded like he was whispering to someone on a beautiful autumn day. It gave off a very relaxed and limited feeling. Sister Junling, you are really amazing to be able to think of such a good idea. Li Junling smiled brightly, looked at Jiang Qin and said, if you like it, you can come over often. But you two are too popular now, I'm afraid you won't have too much private time, right? I can always find time. Yuan Lin's long hair was cut short, and her original oval face had become a lot thinner. She didn't look as round as before, but she was more cool and handsome than before. Nowadays, girls like to go on a diet, and as a star, Yuan Lin naturally paid more attention to her personal image. As long as Sister Xia Tian doesn't arrange such a full schedule for us. How can Xia Tian be willing to arrange such a full schedule for you? As far as I know, she has blocked countless schedule announcements for you, and some endorsement contracts that don't match your image, no matter how high the other party offered, were rejected by her. I even joked with her before, saying that even raising 2 daughters is not as attentive as she is to you. She also said that I don't understand, always secretive, and don't know what you are going to do. Li Junling and Xia Tian were best friends, so she naturally knew some things about the Arasima group. In her opinion, she had never seen a boss who treated the company's employees better than Xia Tian. Which boss would cook or make food or pastries for the staff every Saturday and Sunday? At least, Li Junling thought that she couldn't do it. However, she also clearly knew that Xia Tian regarded Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin as her younger sisters, which was also the reason why she was so enthusiastic to the two of them. Sister Xia is good to us, and Sister Junling is also good to us. Jiang Qin said with a smile. After being in the entertainment industry for a long time, some of the way people handle things had obviously changed a lot. She hugged Li Junling's arm and said, Sister Li Junling, I've ordered the nobles here. Would you like to sit down and drink with me? I still have things to do. I'll come over and have a drink with you guys later, Li Junling said with a smile. She looked at Fong Yan and said, Mr. Fong, enjoy yourself. If you need anything, just let me know. Thank you. Thank you for your hard work, Fong Yan thanked them sincerely with a smile. He had a good impression of this girl. Just her demeanor and temperament were enough to make people fall in love with her. Moreover, Fong Yan could see that she was interested in befriending an arrogant woman. If she suddenly put down her pride and became friends with you, you would feel a sense of respect in your heart. Li Junling waved his hand at them, then turned and left. After Li Junling left, Jiang Qin was too embarrassed to come forward and hug Fong Yan's arm again. She looked at Fong Yan and said with a face full of joy, Mr. Fong, your mental state this time is much better than before. When Fong Yan was in mourning for his father, Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin would come to visit whenever they were not busy. At that time, Fong Yan was like a walking corpse. In terms of mental state, it was indeed much worse than it was now. Yuan Lin poked Jiang Qin's waist, indicating that she should not say these things that might evoke Fong Yan's sorrow. Fong Yan smiled and waved his hand. You two don't have to do those little things down there. I saw it all, Yuan Lin. It's okay, it's all over. Jiang Qin was a little nervous at first. She was worried that she would say something wrong and make Fong Yan sad. Seeing that Fang Yen spoke casually and his posture was free and easy, which was really different from before, she said with a smile, "Mr. Fang, are you really okay? What can happen?" Fang Yen shook his head. "What has happened, no matter how sad I am, I can't make it go back. At that time, I mainly wanted to accompany him more, and also let myself calm down and think about some things. Some things have been figured out, and some people have been found. The things that were originally blocked in my heart have been cleared up a lot. Now I really have nothing, so you don't have to be so careful, for fear of provoking me." Jiang Qin nodded and said happily, "Mr. Fang, it's great that you can recover to the same state as before. You don't know how afraid you used to be. Yuan Lin and I always wanted to see you, but every time we came to see you, we didn't know what to say to you. We were afraid that if we accidentally said the wrong thing, it would make your heart more sad. Mr. Fang has become our former Mr. Fang again." Yuan Lin said with a smile. As soon as he returned to his original form, he began to pick up girls. "Mr. Fang, tell us quickly, what is your relationship with Sister Junling?" "Yes, Mr. Fang, tell us quickly, what is your relationship with Sister Junling?" "Sister Junling is usually so arrogant, and she is not a person who is easy to get along with." "How did you know each other? And she even personally sent you to the private room. It seems that your relationship is very good." Jiang Qin's face was full of curiosity, staring at Fang Yen like a curious baby. "I met her at the door," Fang Yen explained. "I was looking for someone to ask for directions, and she happened to appear, and then she brought me here." "Impossible." Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin shook their heads at the same time. The eyes that looked at Fang Yen were full of doubt and exploration. Fang Yen touched his nose and smiled bitterly, saying, "Do you not believe me, or do you not believe your sister Junling?" "Neither." Jiang Qin shook his head and said, "It's too simple. Too easy. How can you know each other so easily? You don't know how many people in Yanjing City want to know the piano goddess, Li Junling? There is no chance at all." Yuan Lin added another stab. Fang Yen shrugged his shoulders and said, "I can't help it if you don't believe me. You two little girls invited me here, it can't be just to ask me what's the relationship between me and Li Junling, right? Of course not." Jiang Qin said with a face full of smiles, "We heard that Mr. Fang returned to Yanjing, so we hurriedly invited you out to meet him. Since she knew that you were in Yanjing last night, Kiss seemed to have lost her soul. She took out her phone several times and wanted to call you, but she was afraid of disturbing your work. In the end, I snatched her phone and called you. After you agreed to come out and meet us, Kiss started to be anxious again. Is it better to wear a dress or casual clothes today? Is casual clothes too casual? Is a dress too sexy? She woke up with dark circles under her eyes today. She is bewitched." Yuan Lin. Jiang Qin covered Yuan Lin's mouth to stop her from saying any more. Yuan Lin dodged, and the two girls played on the sofa again. Fang Yen sat down on the sofa on the other side. He took their chilled red wine from the ice bucket, poured a glass for himself, and sipped it. No matter how the world changed, the relationship between Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin did not change at all. This made Fang Yen particularly happy for them. The two girls were finally tired of playing. They lay on the sofa and looked at Fang Yen sitting across from them without any image. "Mr. Fang, you have changed a lot," Jiang Qin said. "I have become quiet. I have become mature." Yuan Lin's eyes swept over Fang Yan's face and said, "There is a kind of silent majesty that can give people a sense of security." Fang Yen smiled bitterly and said, "I was quiet for a while, and you can interpret so many things." "Of course," Jiang Qin said proudly. "Who asked us to be your students? Who asked us to know you so well?" Fang Yen raised the glass in his hand and said, "Cheers to long time no see." "To long time no see." Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin raised their glasses at the same time and touched Fang Yan's glass. Everyone raised their heads and drank the wine in the glass together. At this moment, a waiter in a black uniform came over with a tray. Jiang Qin looked at the red wine on the waiter's tray and asked, "Are you mistaken? We only ordered a bottle of Marquis, and you have delivered it. There can be no mistake." The waiter placed the tray on the coffee table in front of Fang Yan and said, "Our president said that she has collected 2 bottles of good wine and would like to invite the 3 of you to have a taste. Sister Junling's private collection." Yuan Lin took the red wine and looked at it. She was speechless and said, "It's actually flame snake. This is a product of the Rothschild family's mysterious manner. It is mainly for their own family use, and a small amount will be sold to the market. Such a good wine, even Sister Junling doesn't have a lot, right? How could she be willing to give away 2 bottles at once?" After asking this question, the 2 girls stared at Fang Yan again. Their gazes seemed to be saying, "Teacher Fang, you'd better tell us the truth." Fang Yan pretended not to see it. He lowered his head to admire the red wine bottle and said, "Since it has been delivered, let's have a good taste." He looked at the waiter standing next to him and said, "Help us open it." "Yes, sir," the waiter said respectfully. The venue quieted down, and the sweet sound of the piano was like a clear spring flowing from afar, ringing in everyone's ears. Sister Junling is playing. Jiang Qin listened attentively for a while and said with a gentle voice. Chapter 700. It was like a lover whispering in the ear, or a mother softly singing a lullaby. Every sound was clear, but also seemed to be infinitely far away, roaming the horizon, boundless and boundless. It was light, soothing, and made people drowsy. Yes, there were many people present who were addicted to this music. Their eyes were half closed, and their eyelids were so heavy that it was difficult to keep them open. There were also some people who closed their eyes and leaned on the soft sofa to take a nap while listening to the music. In such a bustling city, to be able to have a comfortable sleep without worries was also an infinitely beautiful thing in life. What Li Junling's Junwei Clubhouse sold was not only character, service, network resources, personal space, but also to lighten the burden. Listening to a little song could remove most of your worries. At least for a while, you could completely relax. In this way, what else could you ask for? In the sound of the piano, a group of young men and women with extraordinary taste came to the entrance of Junling Clubhouse. The leader was a young man wearing black-rimmed glasses. His facial features were as handsome as a sculpture, and his eyes were as deep as the starry sky. There was a charming smile on his face. Any woman who saw him would easily have a good impression of him, and then get lost in his gentle trap. When the man walked to the entrance of Junwei Clubhouse, he suddenly stopped. The people in front stopped, and the people behind also stopped at the same time. "Young Master Qin, what happened?" A beautiful woman wearing a small black suspender asked aloud. She seemed to have a good impression of this young Master Qin. When she spoke, her smile was bright, and she deliberately showed the charming little dimples on both sides of her cheeks. When she bowed slightly, the front of the small suspender would shrug down. As long as the man slightly lowered his head, he could see the snow-white and tender little white rabbits in his eyes. "Shoo!" The man made a shushing gesture and said aloud, "Junling is playing the piano." When the girl heard this, she still had a smile on her face, but there was a flash of anger in her eyes. When the others heard this, they immediately understood and laughed. "So it's sister-in-law playing the piano." Everyone listened carefully. A man wearing a Versace fishnet suit said with a smile. "Luo Xiaodao, with your junior high school education level, can you understand our sister-in-law's zither?" A man with long hair said with a smile. "Stop arguing. Can't you see that our young master accent is already listening attentively?" Everyone quieted down and listened to the melodious sound of the piano coming from the club seriously or pretentiously. The handsome greeter at the entrance of the club wanted to invite these VIPs in, but seeing that they were listening carefully at the door, he had to give up the idea. At the end of the song, the handsome young man took the lead in applauding and walked toward Jun Shiwen's office. The young people behind him also applauded. Their applause blended with the applause inside the venue, and the atmosphere became more and more enthusiastic. Next to the $1 million Steinway ruby in ebony piano, Li Junling stood up and bowed deeply to the guests present. When she looked up, she happened to meet the eyes of the young man who was standing in front of her and applauding enthusiastically. "Junling, you played so well. Deep feelings can be seen in a calm place, and thunder can be seen in a silent place. Your zither skills are getting better and better." Qin Chang said with a smile, "When I was standing at the door just now, I didn't dare to approach, for fear of disturbing your music. It was not until the end of the song that I dared to come and say hello to you." Li Junling smiled lightly and said, "Thank you, young master. You are a distinguished guest of my Junling club. You can just come in and listen to the music. Why do you need to stand at the door? People who don't know will think that I shut you out. If that's the case, I'll have committed a grave sin." Qin Chang raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "Junling, it's okay for others to call me young master, but you also call me young master. We are about to become a family. Do you need to be so distant?" Li Junling looked up at him and said, "I think it's good." The smile on Qin Chang's face froze for a moment, and then returned to normal. She said with a smile, "It's rare for me to come here. How about having a drink together? I also have a few words to say to you." Li Junling refused and said, "Young master, it's really inconvenient today. I happen to have friends coming over. I just had someone send 2 bottles of wine over. Now I have to go and entertain them." "Oh, Junling's friends? Junling's friends are also my friends?" Qin Chang said with a smile. "Let's go together. I can also go and say hello to your friends. Otherwise, they will blame me for being too rude." "Young master." Li Junling was still thinking about what reason to refuse. "What? Junling thinks that I can't be seen?" Qin Chang said with a smile, "This will hurt me too much." Li Junling knew that Qin Chang was determined to go with him, so he nodded and said, "Then let's go together." When Li Junling brought Qin Chang to the autumn whisper box, Fang Yan was competing with Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin, the 2 girls, in drinking. The 2 bottles of Flame Snake had been almost finished by them. His alcohol tolerance was pretty good, and Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin's alcohol tolerance had also greatly increased. When he first met them, they were still underage junior high school students. They were as pure as a little white flower. They blushed when they talked to boys. Of course, this referred to Yuan Lin. The first meeting between Fang Yan and Jiang Qin was full of legends. Until now, Fang Yan still clearly remembered that when he woke up, he happened to bump into the head of the girl who sneaked in. The girl was hot-tempered. She pointed at Fang Yan and scolded, "You dare to touch the butcher's daughter. Do you believe that my father will chop you to death?" The butcher didn't chop Fang Yan to death, but the butcher's daughter and Fang Yan became very good friends. "You two are good at drinking." Fang Yan smiled and said, "It seems that the entertainment circle is really a big divat." Jiang Qin was a little nervous and quickly explained, "Mr. Fang, we don't usually drink outside. If there is a wine party that needs us to attend, Sister Xia will help us push it off. Sister Xia has a very strong background. Those people can't afford to offend her, and they don't dare to force us. We learned our drinking capacity from Sister Xia. When Sister Xia has nothing to do, she likes to cook a table of dishes for me and Yuan Lin to accompany her to drink." Yuan Lin nodded. She knew that the outside world didn't have a good evaluation of the entertainment circle. She didn't want Fang Yen to think of them as girls who didn't know how to be good for themselves. She said, "Yes, yes. We won't accompany those bad men to drink. We will only accompany Sister Xia and Mr. Fang to drink." Fang Yen looked at Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin seriously and said, "I know. I believe in you. You were my good students before, and you will be my good students in the future. Also, no matter what happens, you can tell Xia Tian and me. No one can force you to do something you don't want to do, unless you do it yourself. I know you won't do it." Jiang Qin looked at Fang Yen with red eyes and said, "Mr. Fang, don't worry. We won't do those things that don't know how to love ourselves, and no one can force us to do those things." Yuan Lin said with a straight face, "No one can bully us. We are very powerful now." Fang Yen smiled and wanted to reach out to touch Jiang Qin's head. He raised his hand in the air and withdrew it in embarrassment. This habit was formed in the past. At that time, the two of them were still junior high school girls. At the age of 13 or 14, they were as tender as a little red flower that had just bloomed. When they met again, they had been in the entertainment circle for many years. Their knowledge and experience were different from before, and their age and figure had also changed greatly. The small steamed buns from before had now become big steamed buns. Jiang Qin was thin, and the development of her chest was not so obvious. Yuan Lin's body was round, and her chest was quite developed. Now, they could no longer be treated as children. Noticing Fang Yan's action, Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin also looked embarrassed. They held the wine glasses in their hands and took small sips, no longer saying anything. In such an atmosphere, Li Junling brought a group of people over with a vigorous and spectacular feeling. "I didn't disturb you, did I?" Li Junling stood at the door of the private room and looked at Fang Yen with a smile on his face. "No," Fang Yen said with a smile. Looking at the many young men and women behind Li Junling, he asked, "Who are these?" "Let me introduce you," Li Junling said. "I'm Qin Chang." Qin Chang took the initiative to extend his hand to Fang Yen, looked at Li Junling apologetically, and said, "The reason why I interrupted Junling's introduction is because I know that he will definitely not introduce my real status, and I really want the outside world to know and recognize that layer of my identity." Fang Yen reached out and shook hands with Qin Chang. When he saw this man, his first impression was that he did not dislike him, and he was very curious about what kind of relationship Qin Chang had. Could he be the son of a big shot? In a place like Yanjing City, it was not surprising to meet 3 to 5 members of a ministerial family for a meal. Qin Chang looked at Li Junling tenderly and said, "I'm Junling's fiancé. If there are no accidents, we should get married next year." You see, when a man meets a woman he likes, he can't help but show off in front of others. So, sometimes, you really can't blame women for being too vain. Men also love to be vain. "Master, master, master." Fang Yen praised in his heart, "This is a master at picking up girls." Chapter 701. There is a kind of man who can make women like him and not be hated by men. I'm not talking about Fang Yen. Fang Yen had a lot of friends, but his enemies could line up from Yanjing's General Road to Jingjin's Second Road. He was elegant, witty, and truly considerate of others. Every sentence was to express his love for his fiancée. Qin Chang was indeed the kind of charismatic person who had the ability to kill both men and women. After saying this, the girls behind him looked at him with intoxicated eyes, and even Li Junling's face showed a touch of shyness. In any case, being praised by an outstanding man was an irresistible temptation for any woman. Fang Yen held Qin Chang's hand and said with a smile, "You must be a man who is very popular with girls." "I won't belittle myself on this point." Qin Chang nodded and said, "But I still hope to be liked by the woman I like." You also know that it is very easy for a man to like a woman, but it is very difficult for a man to like a woman. After Fang Yen understood the subtle difference between the words like and like, he nodded approvingly and said, "There are 3,000 waters, but I only take one ladle to drink. It seems that we are the same kind of people." Qin Chang shook Fang Yan's hand slightly and said, "Just now Junling didn't have time to introduce you. May I know your surname?" "Surname is not expensive," Fang Yan said. "Surname is Fang. Fang means square. Fang Yen, Yen is the flame of two fires." "Fang Yen?" Qin Chang's face slightly stiffened. Even he, who was good at hiding his emotions, had such an obvious change when he heard the name Fang Yen. He said, "Fang Yen? You are Fang Yen of Huacheng? I am also Fang Yen of Yanjing." Fang Yen saw the subtle changes on Qin Chang's face and said, "After all, my hometown is closer to Yanjing, so it belongs to Yanjing." Qin Chang pulled his hand away, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. There was a strong hostility in his eyes. He looked at Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin, who were standing behind Fang Yen, and said sarcastically, "I've long heard of Mr. Fang's name. I heard that Mr. Fang is young, talented, elegant, and often accompanied by beautiful women. Now that I've seen you today, Mr. Fang, you're really lucky with women, aren't you?" Qin Chang. Li Junling didn't expect Qin Chang to suddenly get mad at Fang Yen. He quickly stopped him and said, "Fang Yen is my friend." Qin Chang looked at Li Junling with a gentle expression. Even at a time like this, he could still maintain a smile and said, "Junling, not everyone is qualified to be our friend. It's better not to have friends like this." Jiang Qin was angry. He jumped up and stared at Qin Chang and said, "Hey, how can you say that? Do you have any manners? That's right. You say it as if others are willing to be friends with you." Yuan Lin also said, "Who took the initiative to run into someone else's box to get close to them?" Fang Yan's face also became embarrassed. He was not angry at what Qin Chang said, "Not everyone is qualified to be our friend." He felt that Qin Chang's words were very correct. In this world, not everyone was qualified to be your friend. He was angry that Qin Chang said he was lucky with women. Who did he think Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin were to him? Fang Yen stared at Qin Chang and said, "I know you may have heard of me somewhere. Maybe there is some hatred between us that even I don't know about, but if there is anything, come to me. Don't get these girls involved, okay? They are all my girls. They are very clean and pure children." Qin Chang sneered and said, "If that's the case, of course, it can't be better. However, your character is obviously not so trustworthy. You already have a girlfriend, but you hook up with other women. I'm afraid it's not so easy to be a phoenix man." Fang Yen looked at Qin Chang and said calmly, "If you don't tell me clearly, I will let you see me clearly." "Is this a threat?" "This is a warning." Qin Chang laughed and adjusted the glasses on the bridge of his nose. He looked at Fang Yen and said, "To be honest, whether it is a threat or a warning, it sounds like a joke. Our Qin family never threatens others, but we never accept other people's threats. Our Qin family never warns others, but we are not afraid of other people's warnings. If you don't know the weight of the two words Qin family, then go out and ask around. This guy is stupid, isn't he? How dare he threaten the Qin family?" A man in a small checkered striped suit said. "An ant thinks it is strong and always wants to challenge an elephant." The big man next to him added. "Fang is in square, two fires on top and bottom. Has your brain been fried by the fire? Do you know who you are talking to?" The fishnet man looked at Fang Yen with a face full of disdain. Fang Yen sighed softly, looked at Qin Chang and said, "You are from the Qin family? Isn't it too late for you to realize this?" Qin Chang laughed and said in an unfriendly tone. Fang Yen ignored his sarcasm and deliberately lowered his voice. He said, "What is your relationship with Etienne?" "My sister." Qin Chang squinted his eyes and smiled. "You finally remembered? In order to climb the ladder of wealth, you went behind your girlfriend's back to seduce other girls. Just because you were a teacher for a few days, you wanted to get close to her first. I want to ask you, where is your face? Where is your morality?" Fang Yen shook his head and said, "I know Etienne is an only child, so it is impossible for her to have an older brother like you. Who are you to Etienne?" Qin Chang was full of anger and thought that Fang Yen was deliberately humiliating him. He said, "My grandfather and Etienne's grandfather are blood brothers. He calls my grandfather uncle. My father and Etienne's father are also like brothers. Do you think it is wrong for me to call her sister?" "I am not sure whether it should be or not. This is Etienne's business. If she thinks it should be, then it should be. If she thinks it shouldn't be, then it shouldn't be." Fang Yen looked at Qin Chang with a serious expression and said, "I know where your hostility towards me comes from, and this is also something I've always wanted to explain to the Qin family. I and Etienne have a very normal teacher-student relationship, and we're also very good friends. She is a very important and special person to me. She is my student and also my sister. Don't believe the rumors in the outside world. There are people purposely slandering Etienne, and there are also people purposely splashing dirty water on the Qin family. Don't you know Etienne's personality? Deal with it calmly, or ignore it completely. Those rumors will naturally disappear, and it will not have any effect on Etienne and the Qin family. If you deliberately cause trouble today, or if there is a conflict between us, it will instead arouse the curiosity and passion of the bystanders. They will start to pay attention to this matter again and reinterpret the relationship between me and Etienne. Qin Chang, you are a smart man. You should know what is best for all of us. Don't scold me, and I won't hit you. We will pretend to be friendly and drink, suppressing all the anger in our stomachs. Let those malicious rumormongers' plans fail, let their wishes fail, and make it seem as if nothing had happened. What do you think?" Qin Chang no longer sneered. Instead, he thoughtfully looked at Fang Yan's face. After a long time, Qin Chang finally sighed and said, "No wonder there are such rumors. No wonder the Qin family's Qin Etienne, who is as arrogant as a queen, has a special liking for you. You are indeed a very powerful person." Fang Yen waved his hand and said, "Even if you want to cooperate with me, you don't need to make me sound so good. If you act too intimate with me, it will cause the bystanders to misunderstand and think that I have some kind of unspeakable relationship with Etienne. This isn't something hard for me to accept. After all, it is a great honor for any man to have a scandal with Etienne. However, this isn't fair to Etienne. She's not a casual person. But Fang Yen, what do you take me for? What do you take our Qin family for?" The smile on Qin Chang's face was a little cold and sinister. He looked at Fang Yen as if he was looking at an idiot. "Your asshole behavior has tarnished the reputation of my sister and the Qin family. Now you are telling me not to be angry and not to be angry. If I do that, it will confirm other people's suspicions and let the bad people's plan succeed. Is this what you want to say?" Fang Yen thought about it and nodded. "It sounds quite shameless, but it is true. Don't scold me, and I won't hit you. We can live in harmony." Fang Yen pointed at the red wine on the table and said, "There is still half a bottle of flame snake here. It was sent by your fiancée, Miss Li Junling. If you don't mind, we can sit down and have a drink. What do you think? If I don't scold you, you won't hit me?" Qin Chang looked at Fang Yen and asked. "That's right. I said that." Fang Yen nodded. "You mean that you are going to hit me? If you don't scold me, why would I hit you?" Fang Yen laughed and said, people who practice martial arts have martial art morality as their top priority. They are kind and benevolent. They pay attention to etiquette. They cultivate their character and abandon tyranny. Help those in need, drive away evil, and support righteousness. Don't fight for power. Do good deeds and you will be blessed. Accumulate virtue and you will be remembered for 100 generations. This is the martial art morality family motto that we must memorize before we learn martial arts. We will not easily hit people unless we have no other choice. You little bastard. A young man behind Qin Chang was more angry. He scolded, "Try and touch us." Pa! Fang Yen suddenly raised his right leg and did a beautiful horse split kick. The cloth shoe on his foot heavily slapped on the man's forehead. Chapter 702. Crack. The man had no ability to resist and fell head first onto the floor of the private room. Because Fang Yan's kick was so powerful that his head hit the ground first. In other words, when his head hit the ground, his feet were still in the air, so all the gravity was borne by his brain. After falling to the ground, he didn't even make a sound before he fainted. You little bastard. Move. Let's try. The words were still in his ears, but the person who spoke had already fainted. After a moment of silence, people began to rush over to check on their friends. Lu Haoran, are you okay? Call the police, someone killed him. Lu Haoran is dead? Call Lu Haoran's family. This kid is finished, we must kill him. Everyone accused Fang Yen of violence. F***CKU. Someone opened his mouth, wanting to insult Fang Yen. Fang Yen glanced over, and that man immediately shut his mouth in shock. His body even took 2 steps back. After seeing Fang Yan's kick, they didn't want to become the next Lu Haoran. How could you? The young man took a step back and felt that it was embarrassing to be so cowardly in front of everyone. He stepped forward again, gritted his teeth, and shouted, "How could you hit someone?" Fang Yen looked at him with a smile and said, "We are all people of quality. How good would it be to kick him down? Open your mouth and shut your F***king bastard. That will affect your image." Qin Chang stared at Fang Yen with sharp eyes and said, "Fang Yen, is this your attitude when dealing with things? I'm going to disappoint you again, right?" Fang Yen said. "It's strange. There are always people who think that I should admit defeat, apologize, and take a step back to make peace. But I'm clearly not wrong. Why should I admit defeat? Why should I apologize? Why should I take a step back to make peace? If I take a step back the first time, there will be a second time, a third time, and even retreat will become a habit, an instinct. In that case, I may lose the courage to take a step forward forever." Qin Chang glanced at Lu Haoran on the ground and said, "So, in order to show your courage, you directly knocked him out?" "I didn't hit him to prove my courage," Fang Yen said. "When he scolded me just now, he asked me to touch him. So, I touched him. He was shouting so loudly. You should have heard it, right?" Fang Yen said. Fang Yen. Qin Chang adjusted his glasses like an enraged leopard. His abdomen was buzzing, and he shouted Fang Yan's name in a low voice. When Li Junling saw the conflict between Fang Yen and Qin Chang, he hurriedly tried to mediate. He looked at Qin Chang and said, "Qin Chang, Fang Yen doesn't have any evil intentions. Let's just let this matter pass. Just take it as giving me some face, how about it?" Qin Chang looked at Li Junling with a gentle look in her eyes, but she couldn't hide the anger in her voice. "Li Junling, you are my fiancé. I am willing to give you face and protect Li Junling's reputation with you. However, if I let this matter go, how am I going to explain it to the Qin family? How was he going to explain this to Lu Haoran, who was knocked out by him with a kick? It's not that I don't give you face, it's that he doesn't give me face. I gave you face. Fang Yan said, when I knew that you and Qin Etienne were relatives, I already wanted to save face for you. I didn't want to quarrel or fight if I could. I also said at that time that if there was any conflict between the two of us, it would confirm the bad rumors in the outside world, which would be bad for Etienne and your Qin family. And the result? Fang Yan pointed to Lu Haoran, who was lying on the ground, and said, I don't know how you will fight back when others call young Master Qin Chang a bastard. Fang Yan, don't go too far. But he called me a bastard, so it's natural for me to kick him. Do you think it's too much? It's his fault for insulting others. But he is still young, and it's understandable for him to be impatient. Qin Chang helped Lu Haoran explain. This sentence was said to Lu Haoran, who was in a coma, and also to his friends who were still awake. At least, he wanted to let them know that he was on their side. Moreover, he was trying to help Lu Haoran get out of the blame. Fang Yan grinned and said, if being young is a capital to make mistakes, then I'm also quite young, so it shouldn't be a problem to beat him up, right? Puff. Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin were originally worried that teacher Fang Yan would be at a disadvantage, and their faces were as bitter gourds on the vine. When they heard Fang Yan shamelessly say that he was also very young, they couldn't help but laugh. This was the Fang Yan they knew, this was the Mr. Fang they knew, Mr. Fang, he really had to come out. 3 years of silence, 3 years of suffering, finally all passed. Not only Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin, even Li Junling's little face was twitching. She couldn't help but want to laugh, but because of Qin Chang's identity, she could only suppress it. Therefore, the skin of her slender neck was squeezed into a light pink, and the blue tubes were also slightly protruding, faintly discernible. Qin Chang was infuriated by Fang Yan. He had come into contact with countless people and had many conflicts with them or backstabbed them. However, he had never met a scoundrel like Fang Yan who pestered him endlessly. When facing Fang Yan, he was like a mouse trying to pull a tortoise. He didn't know where to start. The tortoise retracted its head into the tortoise shell, and Fang Yan because every part of him was extremely sharp. He was shameless and had no bottom line. Scolding him was a compliment, and he might not be able to beat him. Fang Yan looked at Qin Chang and said, I understand how you handled it, and I hope you can understand my situation. Qin Etienne and I are innocent. People outside are tarnishing his reputation, tarnishing the reputation of your Qin family, and you also want to tarnish your own reputation? Don't try to scold me, I will beat you. Don't try to beat me, you can't beat me. And don't try to scare me with the tiger skin of your Qin family. Do you know Jiang Junling? He has disappeared without a trace. That's because he doesn't dare to come out to see me. When he comes out, I will still beat him. Even Jiang Junling can't do anything to me, what can you do to me? Fang Yan. Qin Chang was already beginning to gnash his teeth. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you something, it is the matter of Jiang Junling that I just mentioned. I went to see the old man of the general family, Jiang Shifu, and he is a sensible old man. He knows that his grandson has done very bad things, and is worse than a beast. He said that he wanted to strangle this unfilial grandson with his own hands. But the old man is pitiful, and can't see that unfilial grandson, so he said that he will be expelled from the general family, and his name will be removed from the family tree. In the future, even if he dies, he will not be able to enter the ancestral hall or the ancestral grave of the general family. He will be a lonely wild ghost for all eternity. It had to be said that the news that Fang Yan threw out was extremely shocking. Qin Chang was so shocked that he couldn't speak, and the others all opened their mouths wide in disbelief. You are saying that the old man was expelled from the general family by Jiang Junling? What bad things did he do? Why did the general family remove him from the family tree? That's impossible, right? But Jiang Junling hasn't appeared for a long time, and now the one in charge is the general family's Major General Jun Xing. Qin Chang stared at Fang Yen with a sharp gaze, and asked in a serious tone, "Is what you said true?" He felt very sad, and a strong sense of defeat. Who was he? He was the Qin family's flirtatious little prince, the most beautiful existence among the flowers. He was smart, knowledgeable, elegant, charming, loved and liked by everyone. No matter where he went, he was the focus of the crowd. But today, he felt that he was the focus, a dessert that was scorched by the big sun that was Fang Yen. Fang Yen was a dazzling sun, and his light shone everywhere. In front of him, Qin Chang couldn't gain any advantage, and instead, he lost face. Once this matter was over, he didn't know how Li Junhui would look at him. Fang Yen nodded and said, "It's true. The news will probably come out in 2 days, and I think that guy, General Xing, will be very happy to do this. Of course, the premise is that the old man of the general family keeps his word and doesn't go back on his words." Understood. Qin Chang looked at Fang Yen with a deep gaze, and said, "I still have to say that this is not the reason for me to back down. You have a girlfriend, and her name is Yi Ro, right?" "Yes, she is my girlfriend." Fang Yen nodded. Yi Ro was his girlfriend, which made him feel warm in his heart. Whether one person asked him or a million, he would proudly say, "Yes, she is my girlfriend." "You just said that Qinitian is your student, and also your sister, is that true?" "Yes. Since you already have a girlfriend, and you only treat Qinitian as your sister," Qin Chang's mouth showed a cold smile, and said, "Can you promise to everyone here that you will never pester Yi Tian again, and will never be a couple with her? Can you do it?" Fang Yen didn't answer immediately, but looked thoughtfully at the man standing in front of him. He was a Casanova, and a master at picking up girls. This was something that she was certain of when he first arrived. Only now did Fang Yen realize that he was a smart person. He was even smarter than he had imagined. "I don't have a brother." A cold and arrogant woman's voice came. "So, I am no one's sister." Chapter 703. Qin Chang was a smart man. Generally, the younger generation who could be pushed to do something by the family wouldn't be too bad. First, he used Fang Yan's own words to shut Fang Yan's mouth, confirmed the teacher-student relationship between Fang Yan and Qinitian, and then asked Fang Yan to promise in front of everyone that he would never have any affair with Qinitian in the future. There were 2 advantages to doing this. One was that the rumor that Qinitian was a third party was cleared, and Qinitian and the Qin family were innocent. The other advantage was that it was confirmed that Fang Yan would never have any chance to have any relationship with the Qin family in the future. Fang Yan was Fang Yan, and the Qin family was the Qin family. In this way, he could always maintain his pride in front of Fang Yan, and when he wanted to do something, he could make sure that he could surpass Fang Yan in terms of resources and connections. Qin Chang didn't like Fang Yan. He didn't like him at first sight. He thought that Fang Yan and he were the same kind of people, the same kind of men who pretended to be pretentious, cheap, and good at hiding their emotions and real thoughts. Such men were very dangerous, and he thought that he was also very dangerous. Of course, Fang Yan was more dangerous. He could kick people until they fainted. He couldn't do this kind of thing. It was not that he didn't want to do it, but his legs couldn't kick so high. Therefore, it was the best thing for the Qin family to cut off the relationship between Fang Yan and the Qin family. Fang Yan understood Qin Chang's intention, so he thought that this guy was a smart man. If he removed the dirty words from Qinitian and the Qin family, he would do a good job, and the Qin family would naturally compensate him and reward him. He kicked him out of the Qin family's big ship and let him fall into the sea to swim naked, which was in his personal interest. And to do these things, he just needed to explain it in public. Of course, Fang Yan could go back on his words in the future, but at that time, his character and credibility would naturally be questioned by the public. Fang Yan had to answer the question directly. For the sake of Qin Etienne's reputation in Yi Rou's face, he had to give a clear answer that was in line with the interests of Qin Chang. He and Qin Etienne were only teacher and student, and they would never be a couple. In this way, Qin Etienne's mistress label would be removed, and Yi Ruru would feel comfortable knowing how to deal with this matter. Which woman would like to hear that her boyfriend had an affair with another woman? It was precisely because he understood Qin Chang's thoughts that Fang Yan was not willing to walk into the trap so easily. He had inherited his grandfather Fang Hui's craftiness. He would rather die than suffer a loss and desperately take advantage of others. It's natural for me to take advantage of you, but if you want to take advantage of me, then there's no way we can close this deal. When Fang Yan was about to give an answer that could perfectly solve all the problems and give Qin Chang a fatal blow, he heard a familiar woman's voice. I don't have an elder brother, and I can't be anyone's younger sister. The voice was cold and arrogant, giving people a feeling that it was aggressive. People hurriedly turned around and saw a woman in a modified black knight suit, who looked like a handsome young knight, striding towards them in black leather boots. The woman's hair was coiled up high, revealing a slender neck like a swan. Her face was delicate and flawless, and her bright eyes were like the brightest stars in the night sky. She didn't wear any makeup, but she was born with heavy colors and thick ink. Even if she didn't hold it in, she had a kind of breathtaking majesty. The word majesty was not a good thing to be used on a woman. However, when it was used on this woman, it made people feel that it was a matter of course. She walked so simply, as if she was leading an army of thousands of horses and horses. Everyone who saw her felt an oppressive sense of urgency. Aura. This was the legendary aura of a person. Because the private room was already crowded, she stopped at the door of the private room. She looked through the crowd and unscrupulously fixed her eyes on Fang Yan's face. She said, I'm not your sister, and you're not my brother. Fang Yan touched his nose and smiled bitterly. Why is this young lady here? It couldn't be cut, and it was messy. It seemed like things were going to get more and more complicated this time. The arrival of Qin Etienne naturally attracted countless people to watch. Not to mention her current status in the Qin family, just the title of the first beauty in Yanjing was attractive enough. Wow, is that Qin Etienne of the Qin family? So beautiful. I heard that most of the Qin family's business is managed by her now. She is going to take over the Qin family. I don't understand why she wants to be a mistress. Who is qualified to let a woman like her be a mistress? Could it be the one from the Jiang family? Qin Chang did not expect to meet Qin Etienne here. Although he was a few years older than Qin Etienne and could indeed be considered as Qin Etienne's brother, he was still a little timid in front of Qin Etienne. He smiled and said, Etienne, why are you here? Qin Etienne looked at him expressionlessly and said, my friend is here, why can't I come? Qin Chang adjusted his glasses and said with a warm smile, I wonder which one of you is Etienne's friend? Fang Yan cursed in his heart. You already know those rumors, but you still don't know who is Qin Etienne's friend? Me, it's still me. I'm Qin Etienne's friend. Except for those who are not my friends, the rest are my friends, Qin Etienne said. Qin Chang said with a serious expression, Etienne, if it's someone else, I won't say much. But there are some very bad rumors in the outside world, which are very bad for your image and the Qin family's reputation. I think it's necessary for you to avoid suspicion. Qin Etienne looked at Qin Chang and asked, are you saying that I am Fang Yan's mistress? It's good that you know this. Anyway, I think those rumors are groundless. You can't say that it's groundless, Qin Etienne said. Fang Yan's brows twitched. He had a bad feeling about this. Before he could stop it, Qin Etienne had already continued, I really like Mr. Fang. Wow! Everyone turned to look at Qin Etienne in disbelief. Before this, they had more or less heard some rumors about Qin Etienne being a mistress, but subconsciously, they would not believe it. What kind of person was Qin Etienne? How could someone like her be someone else's mistress? In this world, what kind of man could make Qin Etienne be willing to be a mistress? Because Qin Etienne was too outstanding, this kind of rumor did not have much of a market. However, no one expected that the person involved, Qin Etienne, would appear here today and admit it in front of them. I really like Mr. Fang. She said this sentence matter-of-factly without hiding it. It was as easy as reaching out and plucking a fruit from a tree. Etienne, Qin Chang panicked and said, "How can you say something like that? Do you know what this means? What does it mean? Does it mean that I like him? Does it mean that I am a mistress?" Qin Etienne asked. "You should know the impact this kind of thing will have on you and the Qin family." "What impact?" "Just because the house is bigger, so the woman in that house can't like the man outside?" "But, you like a man with a girlfriend, that's true, but..." Qin Etienne looked at Fang Yan boldly, just like the first time they met at the entrance of Class 9. At that time, she was wearing a white shirt and blue sleeves, reaching out to Fang Yan and saying, "Hello, I'm Qin Etienne." That day, the sun was shining brightly and maple leaves filled the sky. But, when I met him, he didn't have a girlfriend yet. When I liked him, he didn't have a girlfriend either. I fell in love with her first, but she didn't choose me. Instead, she chose another woman. How can this prove that I'm a homewrecker? Qin Etienne said to Fang Yan, as well as to everyone else in the room, in a serious tone. Qin Chang's brows knitted tightly. If he could, he really wanted to tape Qin Etienne's mouth shut. How could such words come out of Qin Etienne's mouth? How could it come out of the mouth of a woman from the Qin family? Did she have any dignity? Did she have any restraint? How could she lower herself for a man like that, a man who had nothing good about him? She was Qin Etienne, the rich Qin Etienne. How could she be like an ordinary woman, a wild flower, a weed, and allow herself to be mixed with a pile of mud? But, now that he has a girlfriend, he only treats you as a student, as his sister. Qin Chang had to remind this sister, who was stuck in the mud and could not get out of it. When he was looking at Fang Yan, he was very curious. Fang Yan looked like a handsome man, but he was a cunning and sharp-tongued freak. What kind of charm did he have to attract a woman like Qin Etienne? To be honest, with Qin Etienne's talent, appearance, identity and wealth, what kind of young talent had she not seen? Why did she have a special liking for this Fang Yan? Yes. Qin Etienne nodded. I'm just a loser, like countless other losers in the field of love. I don't know where my love came from, and I love deeply. How could such a person become a mistress? Chapter 704. Love came from nowhere, but it went deep. Fang Yan stood there, looking at this proud girl who was loved by many people. He felt like he had just eaten an unripe plum. It was sour and sweet. Everyone had vanity. Fang Yan had to admit that he was very happy to be pursued and liked by Qin Etienne, who was excellent, beautiful, and 1 in a billion in terms of family background and ability. Even if all the beautiful words were used on her, Fang Yan would not feel that it was too much. It was a sweet feeling. However, Fang Yan already had Yiro. He already had his destined girl. He and Qin Etienne could only be teacher and student, friend and confidant. That was all. He appreciated the girl's love and was touched by her true feelings. However, they could only be two passers-by who were not destined to be together. You met me, and I met you. Then they passed each other. At the beginning, they might miss each other. However, as time went by, they gradually lost each other's information. Then the familiar face in their minds gradually became blurred. One morning, they suddenly woke up and felt that they had lost something. However, they just could not remember what they had lost. At that time, they completely disappeared from each other's lives. It was as if they had never met each other. This feeling was so sour that it made people want to cry. Fang Yan did not know how to respond to Qin Etienne's words. Even Qin Chang did not know how to respond to Qin Etienne's words. She was so straightforward and did not hide her feelings. She knew it was wrong, but she did not know how to criticize her. Because you like someone, you have to bear the name of a mistress. Qin Etienne said with a wry smile, but even so, can it make me not like him anymore? Impossible. Qin Etienne looked at Fang Yan and said, what does it have to do with me if others scold me? They are not even qualified to stand in front of me. How can I care about their opinions? Of course, I don't like to be bullied, so I might not be able to take revenge on everyone, but I will take revenge on people I don't like. Those who insulted me, I'll let them seek their own humiliation. Those who insulted me, I'll return it 100-fold. I never make promises easily, but every time I make a promise, I will do it 100%. Everyone looked at each other and then looked at Qin Etienne in horror. They knew that this was a threat, but they had no choice but to accept it. She was Qin Etienne. Whether it was asking for humiliation or paying it back 100-fold, it was not too difficult for her. She could do it. However, Qin Etienne was a little abnormal today. Although Qin Etienne was extremely intelligent and every business operation could be called a miracle, he was kind to others and was willing to make money with everyone to achieve a win-win situation. Whether it was her business partners or her employees, they all spoke highly of her. Some said that she was a real aristocrat, and some said that she was like a princess. But today, Qin Etienne made a threat in front of everyone, like an enraged female leopard. Their eyes shifted to Fang Yan's face. Could it be that everything Qin Etienne did was to protect her lover? Qin Chang was not old, and most of the people who played with him were also very young. They were the same age as Fang Yan, but at this moment, their hearts were filled with envy and jealousy towards Fang Yan. To be able to make the goddess in their hearts so wholeheartedly protect a person, even if they were to become ghosts, they would still be happy. Qin Etienne looked at Qin Chang and said, your friend is injured. Shouldn't you send him to the hospital? Qin Chang's expression was slightly stiff, but soon he grinned and said, yes. Haoran is not feeling well. I don't know what happened, but he suddenly fainted. Maybe it's because of anemia. His physical condition is too poor. I have to send him to the hospital. Qin Etienne nodded and said, see you. Qin Chang took a deep look at Fang Yan, then turned and walked out of the box. The handsome men and beautiful women who followed him did not dare to breathe since Qin Etienne came. Seeing Qin Chang turn and leave, they hurriedly picked up Lu Haoran, who was still unconscious, and ran outside. Li Junling hesitated for a moment and said to Fang Yan, Mr. Fang, I'm sorry to disturb you. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. I hope you can have a good time. Fang Yan looked at her with a smile and said, it's good that you didn't expect it. You didn't expect it, and we didn't expect such a thing to happen. Everyone is very unwilling. Li Junling nodded and said to Qin Etienne, Miss Qin, goodbye. Goodbye. Qin Etienne nodded indifferently and said. Others praised Li Junling as the piano goddess of Wuxia, but she didn't care about any gods. With the huge background and strength of the Qin family, as well as the huge resources of its media empire, she could be the god of creation. Whoever she wanted to make a god would be a god. Li Junling said goodbye to Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin, then turned and left the box. When she walked out, he was very considerate and helped to close the door of the box. Qin Etienne walked to Fang Yan and said, this woman is not simple. Fang Yan smiled bitterly and said, how can there be a simple woman in this place? Qin Etienne was sure that Fang Yan understood the situation, so he didn't say anything more on this topic. He looked at Fang Yan and asked, what were you going to say just now? I haven't thought about it yet, Fang Yan said. Is everyone in the Qin family so powerful? There are a few very powerful people in the Qin family. You should be careful when you meet them in the future. Qin Chang can only be regarded as a medium talent. His purpose is too obvious, and he is eager for quick success. This time, he didn't do a good job. Qin Etian commented without any emotion. Standing at her level, she wouldn't overestimate Qin Chang, nor would she deliberately belittle the other party. Moreover, the person who asked her this question was Fang Yan, so she needed to say her real thoughts. He shouldn't stand up against you at this time, whether for public or private reasons. Since he has done such a thing, it proves that he doesn't regard me as his sister in his heart, nor does he put the Qin family in the first place. Isn't it too stupid to expose his position so easily? You have explained the reason to him clearly, but he is too selfish and makes a joke of himself. I wanted to say a few words to him, but after all, he is a few years older than me. If I make him embarrassed, others will laugh at him. It's better to send him out. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve. I think I have explained it clearly, but he may not have heard it clearly. Fang Yan said with a smile, you know, I have an unpleasant face. Everyone wants to step on me when they see me. I really have no choice. I really didn't want to hit him just now. If you don't hit people, you are not the Mr. Fang I know. Qin Etian chuckled, and then turned his eyes to Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin, saying, we haven't seen each other for a long time, have we? Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin were no strangers to Qin Etian, especially during the 3 years when Fang Yan was in mourning. They had met Qin Etian many times in Swallow Dock. But they couldn't fall in love with Qin Etian. In contrast, they preferred Yi Rou, because Qin Etian's aura was too strong. She didn't say anything, didn't do anything. She simply stood there, but it made people feel that she wasn't the same kind of person as them. Of course, Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin also knew that they were not the same kind of people. Yi Rou was different. Although she looked cold, she was extremely kind and gentle. She would teach them all kinds of knowledge, ask people to prepare delicious food for them, and take care of them at the right time. They knew that Qin Etian and Yi Rou were competitors. If they had to choose, they would naturally support Yi Rou. Of course, no matter whether it was Qin Etian or Yi Rou, Jiang Qin would not support them. She only supported herself. When Qin Etian first came, they hadn't thought about how to greet Qin Etian. Now that Qin Etian took the initiative to greet them, they felt flattered. It was like this every time. Every time Qin Etian greeted them, they would feel flattered. It was as if an amazing person suddenly took the initiative to talk to them. It was a sudden surprise. Many times, they reflected on this mentality. They felt that there was no need to do this. They were already very familiar with each other, and they were already friends. Qin Etian was amazing, and they were doing well. However, when they met again, that feeling would be even stronger. It was also because of this mentality that they could never be friends with Qin Etian. Friends were equal. It was natural. If a friend said something to you, how could you still be friends with such a surprise? Sister Etian. Jiang Qin looked at Qin Etian and said with a smile, long time no see. I didn't expect to see you here. Sister Etian, you're getting more and more beautiful. Yuan Lin also said with a smile, since Mr. Fang is here today, let's celebrate and have a few drinks. Qin Etian nodded and said, of course. I haven't drunk in a long time. Moreover, I said so many embarrassing things just now. If I don't drink some wine, how can I tell others that I speak the truth after drinking? Chapter 705. Junling Clubhouse was named after the piano goddess, Li Junling. Li Junling would play a piano piece here every week. If she had enough time, she would come here several nights in a row. She was the owner of this place and the queen of this clubhouse. This place could give her a greater sense of accomplishment. Li Junling set up an independent rest room in Junling Mastery. When she was tired of playing or tired of socializing, she would come here to take a nap. When Li Junling entered the electronic lock password on the door and pushed open the door of the rest room, the luxuriously decorated room was filled with a faint smell of tobacco. Li Junling didn't smoke, but she liked to smell this faint fragrance. She took a deep breath and said in a reproachful tone, "You're smoking again." A handsome man was sitting on a recliner by the window, holding the latest issue of Playboy magazine in his hand. Many blonde beauties on the cover were wearing fiery red bunny costumes. Their buttocks and breasts were big, and their breasts were swaying. It gave people a strong sense of visual impact. The man's eyes turned from the magazine and said with a gentle smile, "I said I wouldn't smoke here, but I couldn't help it." Li Junling took off her slender high-heeled shoes at the door and walked behind the man with her bare white feet. She reached out and stroked his handsome face. She said in a soft voice, "You know, I'm not really blaming you. It's hard for you to come here. If you want to smoke, smoke. I don't want to force you. Besides, I don't hate the smell of cigarettes, and I don't hate the cigarettes you smoke. You always indulge me. I can't control myself in the future." The man stroked the woman's small hand with one hand and said with a smile, "An unrestrained man is very dangerous. After a woman gets married, her identity will change. She is the husband's wife and the husband's mother. Women can't help but spoil their husband like a child. Men are also born with a strong sense of dependence on women's breasts." Li Junling put her chin on the man's head from behind and sniffed the shampoo fragrance in the man's hair. She said, "I think you're the cutest child in the world. I just can't help but spoil you. No wonder I always like to come here." Junling's words are nice and philosophical. Junling shouldn't be a pianist, but a philosopher. "I'm a musician." Li Junling gently rubbed his chin on the man's hair and said, "Every musician is an artist. Every artist has the opportunity to become a philosopher. It sounds like a philosopher is the final advancement. Most philosophers are lunatics." Li Junling said with a smile, "Only by entering a state of insanity can I see the world clearly and see the truth. I feel like I'm going crazy. Otherwise, how could I become your woman?" There was a silent smile on the man's face. With one hand holding the Playboy magazine and the other hand caressing Li Junling's delicate pink face, he said, "Do you feel wronged again? I heard that Qin Chang is also here today." "Yeah." Li Junling straightened his body and said with a smile, "He is my fiancé. Isn't it natural for him to visit me? That's to be expected." The man sighed softly and said, "The man of the general family cannot marry the woman of the Qin family, but he stole the woman of the man of the Qin family. Tell me, is this fate?" Li Junling sighed softly and said, "Of course, Li Junling can't compare with the woman of the Qin family. Qin Etian also came just now. I've long heard of her name, and it's not the first time we've met. However, when she walked in, I still felt a strong sense of oppression. Maybe it's not just me. Everyone who sees her feels the same way. Have you experienced that kind of feeling? She's like an ancient queen. When she walks over, all the subjects have to bow or even kneel down. They don't even dare to breathe loudly. Even flattering words are really unnecessary. It's a kind of disrespect to her. Tell me, when did I, Li Junling, think about flattering others? Why is there such a big difference between people? Beautiful women were born proud. Li Junling could also be considered a dragon among men. In a certain small circle, she was also the object of admiration and flattery. For example, in her Junling club, she was fully deserving of being the most dazzling star. However, tonight, that Qin Etian just happened to come. Qin Etienne's greatest ability was that no matter where she went, her powerful aura would turn that place into her home field. You stood in front of her like a lowly little servant. You only knew to speak when she spoke to you. You only dared to leave when she nodded in agreement. Which woman would like this kind of feeling? At least, Li Junling didn't like it. Even now, his heart was still unbearably uncomfortable. He had been humiliated, but he didn't know how to fight back because the other person didn't do anything. She didn't even look at him. Of course, not looking at him was another form of humiliation. An adopted daughter should be like Qin Etienne. The man softly said the saying that resounded throughout Yanjing City. He said, an adopted daughter should be like Jiang Junling. Jiang Junling has disappeared into thin air. Because of this saying, he soared to the sky, and also because of this saying, he became a laughing stock. Perhaps it was because Qin Etienne was a woman, and a very beautiful one at that. Therefore, everyone was particularly tolerant of her and was willing to give her more convenience and care. Therefore, until now, everything she did was amazing, and every business she invested in could be called a miracle. After Jiang Junling's accident, some people also began to question whether Qin Etienne's ability was worthy of this saying. The final result is well deserved. Li Junling smiled and said, I think whether it is worthy or not, the key is to see whether you have a strong opponent. If Qin Etienne's opponent was Fang Yan, what would the situation be like? Thinking about it, it is really an interesting idea. The man shook his head and said, impossible. We have evaluated Qin Etienne's characteristics. She has a firm mind and strong willpower. Because she is quite intelligent, she has 100% confidence in her every word and deed, and it is difficult to change the decision she has made. Even her mother, who is known as the Demon Emperor, can do nothing about it. Moreover, because of that incident, she is full of trust and dependence on Fang Yan. No one thought that the hastily ended kidnapping incident would make Fang Yan who he is today. If that incident had been successful, or if she had simply killed the hostage, would there still be a mess that we need to clean up today? Why did Fang Yan rise so fast? That is because Lu Chaoge is behind him, Chaoyan technology. Why can Chaoyan technology develop so fast and remain independent? That is because of Qin Etienne and the support of the Qin family. Without Qin Etienne, whether Fang Yan and Lu Chaoge could keep Chaoyan technology is really unknown. Which Boston creeper doesn't need a hard fence to support it? Li Junling walked to the man's legs and squatted down. She reached out and stroked his crotch. She looked up with a charming smile and said, you have a reaction? Is this kind of book that good? The man closed the magazine in his hand and said, of course not as good as you. So, the woman unzipped the man's pants, squatted on the ground and began to work. No one would have thought that the goddess of piano, who was respected and worshipped by millions, would be willing to serve the man she loved in such a manner. Our Li family also relies on the Jiang family. If it wasn't like this, Li Junling raised her head during a break in her work, looked at the man and said, I would have been swallowed by someone else a long time ago, right? Fang Yan and Lu Chaoge chose the Qin family as a partner. That was the smartest choice, because only the Qin family could resist the Jiang family's offensive, unless the Jiang family was willing to go to all-out war with the Qin family. But at that time, the Jiang family shouldn't have made such preparations, right? Killing 1,000 enemies, losing 800 of your own men. Why let those irrelevant people take advantage of it? The man's whole body lay comfortably on the leather sofa, closed his eyes and enjoyed this high standard of courtesy. He had a calm smile on his face and said, the big tail is not left alive. Now that the Jiang family feels threatened, they want to cut off this unlikable tail. Is this enough? Li Junling began to mutter, and said, is it just to stir up trouble in the middle? A camel's endurance is super strong, but it's always the last straw that breaks the camel's back. Qinitian is very smart, and Qinitian is very powerful, but Qinitian is a woman in the end. The Qin family's old man hasn't thought of letting her take the helm yet. After all, Qinitian's parents and uncles are still alive, and her mother is a woman who is harder to provoke than she is. But the Qin family's economic power has fallen into the hands of a woman for 2 generations, which has already caused dissatisfaction among the Qin family's men. This is also the reason why Qin Chang came out tonight to add fuel to the fire. Qinitian is a mistress. We just released this news, and then the Qin family immediately jumped out to cooperate with us. Tell me, who is Qinitian's real opponent? We can only be regarded as Qinitian's potential opponents. The Qin family who has the most direct conflict of interest with her are her real opponents. Qin Chang came out tonight, how many Qin family members will come out tomorrow? Qin Chang has been insulted like this, I'm afraid that Qinitian will go through another trial, right? The Qin family's rift is getting more and more serious, and the Qin family's old man has to re-examine. When the woman's tongue touched his sensitive part, the man softly moaned, and then he suppressed this irrepressible pleasure and said, "Woman, isn't this good?" He was evaluating Li Junling, but also seemed to be evaluating Qinitian. Chapter 706. After a fierce emotional release, the woman helped clean up the battlefield, and the man closed his eyes to take a nap. When he opened his eyes were shining. This torment did not absorb too much of his essence. Instead, it made him more energetic. He reached out and held the disheveled woman in his arms. Looking at her pink face close to him, he said, "Am I too selfish?" "I don't think so." The woman said, "I like you, so I'm willing to do anything for you. You weren't outside just now, so you didn't hear Qinitian's confession to Fang Yen. To be honest, I was moved by her. Because I like someone, I have to bear the name of a mistress. But even so, is it enough to make me not like him anymore? Impossible." I like the words she used. Love doesn't start, but it goes deep. Love doesn't start, but it goes deep, the man whispered and said in a deep voice, "Did Qinitian really say that? Did you really say that?" Li Junling nodded with great certainty and said, "In front of so many people heard it. I really didn't expect that a woman like her could not find any man. Why did she let herself fall into the mire? That's why it proves that Fang Yen is too dangerous." The man's voice was a little firm as he said, "It's too dangerous. I don't see it at all." Li Junling said, "I often heard you mention him before. I thought he must be a very great person. Today, I accidentally bumped into him at the door of the club. Do you know what he was doing? He was joking with the greeter at the door. He looked like a rascal. At that time, I had such a thought. How could such a guy be qualified to be your opponent? However, he has become your opponent and has given you such a headache. That's what's special about him." The man said with a wry smile, "Those people who look powerful at first glance, will you be particularly careful when you see them?" "Of course," Li Junling said without hesitation. "Would you be willing to be friends with those guys who look particularly smart and slick?" "Yes, I would. After all, it's quite comfortable to get along with such people. However, I would be more or less on guard." "Yes. So, when you meet a man like Fang Yen, do you feel a sense of kinship?" Lying in the man's arms, Li Junling thought about it seriously and said, "That's true. That's why he's so terrifying." The man said, "Whether it's Lu Shu of Huacheng, Lanshan Valley, or Jiang Zhulu of the Jiang family that he single-handedly destroyed, including my insufferably arrogant younger brother, General Ling, tell me, which one of them isn't an outstanding talent? Which one of them wasn't vicious and merciless? One look and you could tell that they were big shots. What was the result? One by one, they were either defeated by him, subdued by him, or beaten into submission by him. Dogs that bark don't bite. You have to remember this forever. Li Junling placed his hands on the man's broad chest and asked, "What about you? What kind of man are you?" "Me?" The man's big hand reached into the depths of the woman's clothes, feeling the softness that brought him supreme enjoyment. He smiled and said, "If there's wine today, let's get drunk today. If there's a grudge tomorrow, let's take revenge tomorrow." This was perfunctory and also a way to change the topic. This was the magic weapon that men would use when faced with questions that they didn't want to answer. The woman sighed secretly. In the end, she still couldn't walk into the depths of this man's heart. At least, not yet. When Qin Chong returned home, his father was lying on the desk writing. Qin Chong's father, Qin Lingnan, was a famous economist in the country. He was not in charge of the Qin family's business affairs, but he was in charge of the country's economic affairs every day. It was also because of this that he had a very high reputation in the political circle and among the people. He was the leader of the academic faction in the Qin family. For a giant family like the Qin family, some people were in business, some were in politics, and some were in academia. This was the reason why the family could grow bigger and have a deeper foundation. Qin Chong knocked on the door, stood at the door and said, "Dad, you haven't rested yet? I'm writing a manuscript." Qin Lingnan looked up at his son and continued to busy himself with the things at hand. "This kind of thing can be handled by the secretary. Why do you need to do it yourself? Your waist hasn't been well recently, so pay attention to rest. It's not easy to find a ghostwriter for an article to be published in the Wall Street Post." Seeing that his son was in the mood for a long chat, Qin Lingnan stopped writing. He picked up a cigarette from the cigarette box beside him and lit it. After taking a deep puff, he looked at his son and asked, "What's the matter?" "I ran into Fang Yen tonight," Qin Chong said. Qin Lingnan raised his brows slightly and said, "There was a conflict?" Other than Qin Etienne, his student, Fang Yen had almost never met any of the important figures in the Qin family. However, as long as they were ranked in the Qin family, they would have a deep understanding of Fang Yen. His information was on everyone's desk, and everyone was making various interpretations of him. Qin Lingnan was no exception. Although he did not care about the Qin family's business affairs, he had some understanding of some of the key partners. The popularity of Chaoyan technology and the vigorous development of renewable energy were closely related to his vigorous advocacy behind the scenes. The ancients paid attention to, before the troops and horses move, the provisions and fodder move first. In the commercial war of modern society, it was extremely necessary to take a breather and observe the reactions of the surrounding people before making a move. He has a bad temper. He hurt the third son of Minister Lu's family, Qin Chong said with a smile. Lu Haoran is still in the hospital now. The Lu family has already rushed over. I'll explain it to them and come back. I'm afraid it's not easy. Okay. Qin Lingnan did not care about his daughter's quarrel. Every day, he paid attention to national affairs and the world's economic situation. He really did not care about who slapped who or who quarreled with who. That's not the main purpose of your visit, right? Etienne is also there, Qin Chong said. Oh. Qin Lingnan's expression froze slightly. He was still very concerned about the girl in his family. He could not help but pay attention to her. Whether it was the outside world or the Qin family, they were all shrouded in her brilliance. Not only was she beautiful, but her various legends, her investment foresight, and the fact that she had already predicted Chao Yan's great potential when she was still a student. She pulled strings between them and made his mother vote for Lu Chaoga. In Qin Lingnan's generation, the most outstanding person in the Qin family was Qin Etienne's mother. Until now, the Qin family's economic power was still controlled by that woman. In Qin Etienne's generation, Qin Etienne had inherited all of his mother's strengths. Perhaps, he might also inherit the giant commercial ship that was controlled by his mother. Although he was still young, who knew if this would be the case in the future? At least, Qin Lingnan had already seen the stubborn attitude of the old guys in his family towards Qin Etienne. What did she say? Qin Lingnan asked. I had a dispute with Fang Yan because I wanted to use this opportunity to clear Etienne's name and wash away the dirty water that was poured on us. I wanted Fang Yan to admit in front of everyone that he and Etienne did not have that kind of relationship. However, Etienne's performance was very difficult to accept. Huh? Qin Lingnan pressed the cigarette butt in his hand into the ashtray and waited seriously for his son to continue talking about what happened next. Qin Etienne admitted her feelings for Fang Yan in front of everyone and was even willing to bear the blame of being a mistress. Qin Chang repeated what happened at that time. He did not deliberately add oil to the fire because the truth itself was enough to make people angry. Sure enough, after listening to Qin Chang's narration, Qin Lingnan's expression became ugly and he shouted angrily, "Nonsense! Does Qin Etienne still want her face? She is shameless, but does our Qin family still want our face?" Qin Chang knew that his father would definitely have an intense reaction because he was a cultured person, and cultured people cared the most about their reputation and the image of their family. Qin Etienne said that she is willing to be a mistress. If she is willing to be someone else's mistress, then she should get out of the Qin family. There are so many girls in the Qin family, which one of them is as shameless as her? Ah, how can she say something like that? Dad, don't be agitated. Qin Chang was happy in his heart, but he pretended to be anxious. He quickly comforted and said, Qin Etienne is in the second master's family. Whether she is good or bad, we can't control it. Can't control it? Why should I? Qin Lingnan took a big sip of tea and said, many people heard what she said? Yes, many people heard it, Qin Chang replied. Other than witnesses, is there any physical evidence? Yes. Qin Chang said, it happened at Junling Clubhouse. If I ask Junling for the surveillance video, she will definitely show it to me. Li Junling? Is she also involved in this matter? Qin Lingnan stared at his son in confusion and asked. It's like this. Fang Yan happened to have an appointment with two small stars at Junling Clubhouse. I happened to go to Junling Clubhouse to see Fang Yan. Jun Tai took me to see Fang Yan. At that time, I only knew that Fang Yan had arrived in Yanjing, Qin Chang said. Qin Lingnan frowned and tried hard to think about the relationship between the people in the middle. He said, is Li Junling okay? Dad, so what if she is okay? So what if there's no problem? Qin Chang smiled and said, even if she intentionally led me to see Fang Yan, so what? What she wants us to do is what we need to do. If what happened tonight is spread out, I'm afraid the other families will be very uncomfortable, right? For the sake of Qin Etienne's dignity and the reputation of the Qin family, I kindly persuaded her, but in the end, I was humiliated. Isn't this crack getting bigger and bigger? Isn't it also beneficial for us to tear open a crack? How can the men of the Qin family always be suppressed by a woman? Qin Lingnan glanced at his son and said, give me the video of Etienne saying those words. I want to let the elders of the Qin family see if the heir they chose knows how to write the word shame. Chapter 707. They kept drinking, and the atmosphere was not harmonious. Since Qin Etienne joined them, Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin tried their best to maintain a happy and peaceful space, but they failed because of Fang Yan's uncooperation and Qin Etienne's queen nature. Fang Yan was silent because he hadn't come out from what Qin Etienne said in front of everyone just now. He knew very well what it meant for a girl to say those words and do such a thing. And when that girl was Qin Etienne, it was even more difficult. How could a family like the Qin family allow a girl to say such words of love even if she was scolded as a mistress? For them, it was a disgrace to the family's reputation. How could Fang Yan enjoy the beauty's kindness? Was it the best way to repay the kindness by being a playboy with two beauties on both sides? Moreover, Yi Rou and Qin Yitian were both very unique. One was as hot as fire, and the other was as cold as ice. If they collided with each other, it would be like Mars colliding with Earth. Qin Yitian had been talking all the time. She not only answered Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin's questions, but also took the initiative to find some common topics. However, it was very strange that Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin just couldn't be intimate with her. They talked more and more, but the relationship between them didn't get closer, and the atmosphere didn't get warmer. Instead, it became a little awkward. Once everyone stopped talking, it was really difficult for someone to say something. Thus, everyone could only drink one glass after another. There was another pianist playing on the stage. Of course, there was no way to compare with Li Junling's foundation, but he who had the opportunity to go on the stage was not bad. What he played was Starry Sky. The vast night sky was presented to everyone by him. Everyone was like an astronaut traveling in space. It had to be said that music was really magical. Although Li Junling had left, he ordered the waiter to send 2 bottles of fire snake. The 2 bottles of flame snake were quickly emptied. Although Jiang Qin was reluctant, he still said with a smile, "Mr. Fang, have you been in Yanjing recently?" "He should be in Yanjing these few days," Fang Yan said. He still had a lot of things to take care of, so he couldn't leave for a while. "If Mr. Fang is in Yanjing, let's find another time to meet." Jiang Qin said, "It's too late today. Yuan Lin and I have to go back to rest. We have to attend an activity early tomorrow morning." Fang Yan nodded and said, "You two go back and rest. Let's get together again when we have time." Yuan Lin was a little drunk. She stood up and walked to Fang Yan, saying, "Mr. Fang, Yuan Lin, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Yuan Lin's body shook and she said, "Mr. Fang, we are no longer children. Don't treat us as children anymore." Yuan Lin still wanted to say something, but she was pulled away by Jiang Qin. Fang Yan asked if he needed to send them back. Jiang Qin said that the driver and the assistant were waiting outside, and someone would send them home. After the 2 girls left, there were only Fang Yan and Qin Yitian in the box. Fang Yan opened a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Qin Yitian, saying, "Drink some water." Qin Yitian accepted the bottle of water and took small sips. She lay on the sofa, her starry eyes staring unblinkingly at Fang Yan. There was a look of joy on her face, as if they had just met for the first time. Her posture was so lazy that she looked like a lazy cat. Fang Yan opened the bottle of mineral water and gulped it down. After drinking all night, he was really thirsty. After drinking a bottle of water, when Fang Yan turned around, he found that Qin Yitian was still looking at him with the same posture and the same smile. Fang Yan sighed softly and said with blame, "You shouldn't have said those words. You are such a smart person. Why didn't you think of the consequences?" "Then what should I have said?" Qin Yitian asked in reply, still smiling. "Say that I have nothing to do with Mr. Fang. I don't like him at all. Say that we are not lovers now, and we will not be lovers in the future." "You," Qin Yitian waved his hand and said, I know. You want to say that you are moved, but you can't accept me because you already have Yi Rou. You already have a girlfriend. I know that even if you don't say it. I am such a smart person. How can I think of what you want to say? I am afraid of bringing you trouble," Fang Yan said. Qin Yitian sat up straight and looked at Fang Yan, saying, "If there is no such trouble, there will be that kind of trouble. Because I am a woman. Who asked me to be such an outstanding woman? They want to drive me out and trample on me. I don't want to do what they want, but I don't want to let them succeed. In this way, there will always be contradictions, won't there?" You want to use a woman's feelings as a point of attack to drag me down. Don't you feel ashamed? If the men of the Qin family are only so capable, I really can't hand over the things in my hands so easily. If they can't protect it, I will protect it. Qin Etienne held his chin with one hand and looked at Fang Yan seriously, saying, "Do you remember what I said to you before?" "What?" Fang Yan asked. Qin Etienne had said countless words to him, but he really didn't know which one he was asking. "I will be very angry when I see someone bullying you. If anyone hurts you, I will skin him, no matter who he is." Qin Etienne stood up straight and went forward to hold Fang Yan's head, letting him lean on his lower abdomen, and said, "I don't want the wind to hurt your eyes. I don't want the snow to fall on your shoulders. I don't want anyone to touch a hair on you. No one. I am Qin Etienne. If someone bullies me, countless people will stand up to protect me. But, what about you? If someone bullies you, then let me stand up to protect you. I know you are very tired, and I know you don't like these plots and schemes. If you want, let me shelter you from the wind and rain. You are too tired. Have a good sleep." Fang Yan smiled bitterly, and then there was a scalding warmth flowing through his body. He only thought that it was a child's joke from several years ago. He didn't expect that she would remember the words of that snow, including every punctuation. Qin Etienne's lower abdomen was very soft, but it also gave people a sense of security. Fang Yan, who alone supported the Fang clan and struggled with all kinds of forces, couldn't refuse this kind of protection, and couldn't refuse this kind of gentleness. He was really tired, very, very tired. Fang Yan closed his eyes and quickly fell asleep. The Qin clan's old residence wasn't old at all. Instead, it was on the most beautiful mountain in Yanjing City, Fragrant Mountain. They bought land and built a mansion that covered dozens of acres. The house was European style, like an ancient castle in Europe. The vegetation was dense, and there were all kinds of rare flowers and plants. The lawn was wide, and every day, the young people of the Qin clan were responsible for cutting the grass. Even Qin Etienne, a busy person, was no exception. When it was her turn to cut the grass, no matter how busy she was, she had to go home to do this voluntary work. There was a golf course inside the Qin clan, which was connected to the inner stream of Fragrant Mountain. If you played golf in autumn, the mountains and fields would be covered with red maple leaves. It was secondary to play hard and enjoy the beautiful scenery of Fragrant Mountain and the Qin clan's self-brewed white wine. The Qin clan paid attention to being open and aboveboard, and there was nothing that they couldn't tell others. Therefore, their family style was to make money generously and spend generously. They didn't hide their wealth in the deep mountains, nor did they live in a small shabby house to show off. They liked to enjoy themselves, and they also had the courage to show everything they had in front of others. They weren't afraid of jealousy, and they had the ability to resist all opponents. Their way of doing things was very popular, and even some influential people in Yanjing would come over to drink tea and play a few rounds of golf with the Qin clan's old master when they had nothing to do. The Qin clan in Yanjing was also an ancient family that had been standing for thousands of years. It was said that they were the descendants of a general surnamed Qin in the Qin dynasty. However, their history was too long, and they had been passed down for countless generations. Except for the Qin clan's own people, it was difficult for outsiders to say for sure. Because of the need to cut the grass, Qin Etienne often went back to the old house. However, today, he was called back by his grandfather. His grandfather's attitude when he called was very kind. He said with a smile, "My dear granddaughter, Grandpa wants to drink tea. Come back and make a cup of tea for Grandpa." Therefore, Qin Etienne came back to make tea. Qin Etienne was indeed making tea. In her Grandpa Qin Dongyang's luxurious tea room, Qin Etienne sat in front of the tea table in her snow-white robe. She warmed the teapot, prepared the tea, brewed the tea, poured the tea, and served the tea. Her robe was wide and her movements were smooth. Several old people held the teacups and drank tea. Qin Lingnan, the second uncle of the great-grandpa's family, stood beside them. He looked down and pretended that he was invisible. Before Qin Etienne came back, he had said all that he needed to say and done all that he needed to do. As for how to decide, it was up to these old people. Qin Chang stood outside the tea room. He was not qualified to sit here and drink tea with the old people around the tea table. With a gentle smile on his face, he seemed to enjoy such a family gathering. After Qin Etienne distributed the tea to the 3 grandfathers and 2 sisters, he knelt there and poured a cup of tea for himself. He tasted the tea and found that it tasted good. It was his usual level. However, the water used was fragrant mountain spring water that had been stored for a day. When he drank it, there was a rusty smell. If it was freshly fished, the taste would be sweeter and more delicious. Qin Etienne's grandfather, Qin Dongyang, closed his eyes and took a sip, letting the warm tea flow down his throat and into his lungs. His lips and teeth were filled with the tea perfume and sweetness of the water. He asked, "How is it?" "Good tea." Qin Shouwen was the first to respond. "The water is good, the tea is good, and the tea maker is even better," said Qin Yunlan, the eldest of the siblings. "Etienne's tea-making skills are getting better and better. We just need to drink it. Why do we need to taste it? What do we need to judge?" Qin Shifeng looked a little impatient. Qin Dongyang nodded and looked at his granddaughter sitting opposite him. He said with a smile, "Etienne, you've drunk the tea. Go back and rest." Qin Etienne stood up, bowed slightly to the old people, and then turned to leave. From beginning to end, she didn't look at Qin Lingnan and Qin Chang. Chapter 708. Since the tea master had left, the people drinking tea should have left as well. However, other than Qin Etienne, no one else in the tea room had left. Qin Dongyang held the teacup and said with a smile, "This tea is still edible, which proves that Etienne has put in a lot of effort all these years. I also tried to persuade her. She's a girl, why waste her time on these trivial things all day? Girls at her age should be studying, shopping, and dating. She should have fun for a few years, and her youth will be gone forever. When she's at our age, she'll be a joke if she studies and dates again. Etienne is stubborn and doesn't listen." Qin Yunlan glanced at Qin Lingnan and said in a displeased tone, "Although Etienne is a girl, she's a great talent in our Qin family. What's wrong with a girl doing these things? Why can't some people like her? It's not like we don't give you a chance. Doesn't the Qin family have a startup fund? As long as you have a project, as long as you have creativity, everyone has a chance to prove their ability. People who are always jealous of other people's achievements but are unwilling to work hard themselves are always thinking of ways to drag others down and drag those who are ahead of them down to their level. Such people are wicked. Everyone wants to do this. Is the Qin family still the Qin family? Can the Qin family still be where it is today? It would have been swallowed by others long ago. Perhaps it was because they were both women, but Qin Yunlan was especially fond of her granddaughter. She raised her voice and said, "I'm going to say this first. I don't care about fair competition, and I don't care about it. On the contrary, I'm happy to see it happen. However, if someone wants to harm Etienne and uses some underhanded means, I won't forgive him if I find out." The others lowered their heads and drank their tea. They had no intention of standing up to take sides. They all knew that this involved the power struggle between the eldest and second families. It was actually a struggle to give the economic power of the Qin family to the man or the woman. Some people supported taking back the power and handing it to the outstanding second generation. After all, it wasn't the same thing to let a woman with another surname control the Qin family's economic power. Some people supported Qin Shouwen's faction, but now that Qin Dongyang's faction clearly had the upper hand, it was not convenient for them to support him at this time. Everyone had their own thoughts, so no one spoke again. It was so quiet in the tea room that one could hear a pin drop. After a long while, Qin Shouwen put down the teacup in his hand and praised, "That girl Etienne is really good at making good tea. It looks pleasing to the eye and leaves a pleasant fragrance in the mouth. It's just that Dongyang is too stingy. Etienne's granddaughter only made 1 cup of tea for us before he hurriedly chased us away. Otherwise, I would have liked to drink a few more cups. However, Etienne's tea ceremony skills are far inferior to our children." By saying so, Qin Shouwen had already admitted his mistake to Qin Dongyang. With a gentle smile on his face, Qin Dongyang looked at his elder brother and said, "Everyone has their own specialties. He writes Qin opera well and is proficient in music. Even his fiancée is a piano master. In this area, the heavenly sword cannot compare." Qin Shouwen laughed and waved his hand. "I've discovered that there is nothing in this world that Qin Etienne cannot do, as long as she is willing to learn." Everyone roared with laughter. Qin Shouwen stood up and said, "I'm tired. Let's go. Whose turn will it be to weed tomorrow? Qin Chong doesn't have anything to do tomorrow, so he can do it for her. He's too young. We need to let him exercise more. It's Qin Hongying." Qin Shifeng said, "That girl likes to sleep late. If she knows that someone is helping her weed, she will be very happy." Qin Chong walked over and said to the old man, "Third grandpa, please tell Sister Hongying that I will help her weed early tomorrow morning. Let her have a good rest." "Yes." Qin Shifeng looked at Qin Chong thoughtfully and said, "Men should be open-minded. The more open-minded they are, the bigger their heart will be. With a big heart, the wider the world you see will be. Only then can you achieve extraordinary things." Qin Chong bowed deeply and said, "Thank you for your guidance, third grandpa. I know I was wrong." Qin Shifeng grinned and pointed at Qin Chong. "This kid is quite sly. He is quite active in admitting his mistakes." Everyone laughed again, and the tea party ended. Qin Shouwen returned to his room. His son, Qin Lingling, and grandson, Qin Chong, followed him in. Qin Shouwen sat on a chair while Qin Chong hurried to pour tea and get snacks for his grandfather. Qin Shouwen took the teacup that Qin Chong handed over. He didn't take a sip. Instead, he looked at Qin Chong and said, "Do you know why I didn't reprimand you just now?" "Because Grandpa was protecting my pride," Qin Chong said with a face full of guilt. "Bullshit." Qin Shouwen squeezed out a very unrefined word from the corner of his mouth. "Protect your pride? What pride do you have that's worth me protecting? I just feel too embarrassed and can't stand up and say it. Isn't that embarrassing? Qin Chong, aren't you ashamed?" Qin Chong's face turned red. He was so embarrassed by his grandfather's mockery that he couldn't speak. "I know that you men want to fight for power and snatch a piece of the cake. Fight, snatch, I'm happy, I'm happy. What kind of man are you if you don't wield power and play with women? It's not just me. Do the others not have the same thoughts? Why does our Qin family's business need a woman with another surname to control it? Are the men of our Qin family sh*t? Are none of the men of our Qin family presentable? But, can you not be so shabby in what you're doing? Can you not say that? How can that word be used? Yes, loser. Do you know how loser your way of doing things is? Using a woman's reputation to say something. Whether it's true or not, you've already lost. You've lost so badly that you've even lost your underwear. You've done such a thing? How can other people support you? Who has the nerve to stand up and say that what you've done is right? We're all so old. Are we going to point at a teenage girl and say that she's a mistress and has no shame? How can we say such things? If we were to follow you and get involved in this kind of thing, wouldn't we be disrespecting our elders? Grandpa, I know I'm wrong. Qin Chang wanted to find a hole to hide in. But we didn't let that thing out. No matter who let it out, it doesn't matter. Qin Shouweng said resentfully, someone set the bait to see who the stupid fish was. In the end, my son and grandson became the two most stupid fish. Thinking of this, my old face is burning with pain. I didn't get laughed at by them, but by the two of you. Qin Lingling stood at the side, feeling too ashamed to show his face. Although his father didn't scold him by name, most of the blame fell on his son. However, he was already so old, yet he followed his son to do such a thing. It was really stupid. After talking for a long time, Qin Chang finally raised his teacup and took a big sip of fragrant tea. He waved his hand and said, "Go. You two can go back. It's late, so have a good rest. Qin Chang, get up early tomorrow. Remember to eradicate the weeds in the garden. I should also give you a little punishment so that you'll remember this forever. Sometimes, the more fragrant the bait is, the bigger the trap." Qin Chang nodded and said, "Grandpa, I'll remember what happened today." Qin Lingling also said, "Dad, you should rest early. Go back, all of you." The old man waved his hand and said. When Qin Etienne returned to his room, the light in the room was on. An elegant and gentle woman in a purple nightgown was sitting in front of the floor-to-ceiling window reading a book. It was a book Qin Etienne was reading, titled The Little Prince. She had read it several times before. Because she liked the story inside, she would review it when she had nothing to do. Qin Etienne walked to the woman and sat down. He asked with a smile, "How many times is this?" "The fourth time," the woman said. "I've read it for the fifth time," Qin Etienne said proudly. "But I haven't finished reading it for the fifth time. I've been too busy recently." The woman closed the book in her hand, looked at her daughter and said, "Have you finished the tea?" "Yes." Qin Etienne nodded and took The Little Prince from his mother's hand. He took a bookmark and put it where his mother had just read it. He said, "The ending has been predestined. It's just a formality." The woman nodded and said, "You won, and Qin Chang didn't lose." "I know." Qin Etienne nodded and said, "After what happened to Junwei and the judgment of the elders tonight, I'm afraid my brothers in the family hate me even more, right? Who asked me to be a woman? A woman should be a good wife and have more children. Why should I be in charge of the family business? You've done all the things that men should do. What do you want them to do? Do you know why I hold on to the power in my hands?" The woman asked. "I don't know." Qin Etienne shook his head. "You've never told me either. But I know you're not a person who is greedy for power. The more they want it, the more I won't give it to them," the woman said. "I just want to tell them that you can't compete with me." Qin Etienne was stunned for a moment, then giggled and said, "I like this reason." The woman reached out and stroked her daughter's silky hair. She sighed softly and said, "It's just that releasing such news will eventually damage your reputation." Qin Etienne smiled and said, "If you don't release it, others will release it. It's like a bomb. If we detonate it ourselves, the initiative is still in our hands. If we let them detonate it, it's hard to say what the result will be. Besides, even my mother helped me steal a man. How can I not win?" Chapter 709. After Fang Yen took a taxi to the address on the information, Zhang Jianjun's secretary had been waiting at the intersection for a long time. Seeing the taxi stop, Li Mingyun quickly walked over to help open the rear door. He used his hand to protect Fang Yan's head from hitting it and said respectfully, "Mr. Fang, it's not convenient for the boss to come out. He's waiting for you in the private room." Zhang Jianjun was the secretary of the chief and a close minister of the emperor. In such a sensitive and critical position, there were countless people who wanted to be on good terms with him every day. If he stood on the side of the road to welcome guests, the people behind him could probably line up to the west gate of Xuanwu Gate. Of course, it was also possible that Zhang Jianjun felt that Fang Yan was not worthy of him coming out to welcome him personally. Fang Yan stepped out and shook hands with Li Mingyun. He said with a smile, "We Jianghu people don't care about trifles. This way, please." Li Mingyun made an inviting gesture and then walked to the side to lead the way. The young man was very young, but his eyes were sharp and his hands were fast, and he did things in a measured manner. Fang Yan thought to himself, Wuxia's most outstanding talents are probably fighting in the system, right? Along the corner of the red wall, they turned left and right for a few hundred meters before stopping at the intersection of a bluestone alley. Li Mingyun walked to the door of the first Sihiyuan at the end of the alley and gently knocked on the door lock. The wooden door opened, and a beautiful woman in a palace dress bowed with a smile and said, "Your servant pays respect to the master." Li Mingyun waved his hand and said, "We Jianghu people don't care about trifles." He had learned from Fang Yan's words and used them in a practical manner. The woman wanted to lead the way in front, but Li Mingyun waved his hand and said, "I know the way." It was a traditional Sihiyuan restaurant with red walls and green tiles. It was somewhat similar to the popular private home cuisine outside. Li Mingyun pushed open the wooden door of the heavenly private room and said to Zhang Jianjun, who was sitting inside and drinking tea, "Boss, Mr. Fang is here. Can we serve the dishes?" "Wait a minute. There's still one guest who hasn't arrived," Zhang Jianjun said. As he spoke, Zhang Jianjun put down the teacup in his hand and took the initiative to shake hands with Fang Yan. "All the people here are familiar with each other. Once we go out, we'll be chatting non-stop, so we might as well hide here and enjoy some peace and quiet. Brother Fang Yan, don't take it to heart. We still have a long way to go." Zhang Jianjun shook hands with a lot of force. It was obvious that he was a soldier. "Brother Jianjun is too polite," Fang Yan said with a smile. Zhang Jianjun made an inviting gesture and said, "Let's have some tea first. A good brother is coming over." Fang Yan was curious about what kind of person Zhang Jianjun had to personally wait for, but he didn't ask this question. He looked at the antique decorations in the private room and said with a smile, "This is a good place. Ordinary people really can't find it." Zhang Jianjun said with a smile, "It's just a group of people who think they're so awesome showing off here. Usually, this place is not open to the public. They need to be introduced by acquaintances. Nowadays, in order to satisfy the selfish desires of some people, they can really come up with all kinds of ideas. It's normal for businessmen to pursue profits." Fang Yan said with a smile. Everyone has their own selfish desires. With selfishness and selfish desires, there will be people who will stand up to satisfy the selfishness and selfish desires of some people. As long as it's not against the law, it can't be said to be wrong. It's just that everyone wants to be a part of the people who are served. Everyone works so hard to live, seizing every seemingly insignificant opportunity and refusing to let go. Isn't it for this goal? Zhang Jianjun looked at Fang Yan thoughtfully and said, "To be honest, you're younger than I thought." Fang Yan squinted his eyes and smiled. He asked, "How old do you think I should be?" Zhang Jianjun didn't answer Fang Yan's question. Instead, he held the teacup and said calmly, "We used to have a gathering here often, but at that time, the person who came was Bai Xiu. Bai Xiu took a leave of absence, so I took his place for a few days." The smile on Fang Yan's face became even more radiant. He looked as if he didn't have any ulterior motives. "I know what kind of place Swallow Dock is, and I also know how much the chief values Swallow Dock. When I saw Bai Xiu, I thought he was the future of Swallow Dock. But I didn't expect that the person I took for granted as the future would never come again. Brother Jianjun, are you sad? Just a little sentimental. Zhang Jianjun said, the people who used to drink and chat at the same table are gone. I have to say that life is fickle. Fang Yan smiled and said, yes, life is fickle. So I feel that people should maintain their own hearts. If they don't do things that they feel guilty about, they won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on the door. What do you mean by feeling guilty? What do you mean by not feeling guilty? Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, most of the time, people are just doing things for the cup of tea in their hands, the bowl of food on the table, and the position of the chair under their buttocks. Whether it's for a cup of tea or a bowl of food, or perhaps for the position of the chair under their buttocks, we need to walk the right path and do good deeds. Why do farmers sleep so soundly at night? It's because every meal they eat is earned by their own hard work. They put in hard work and sweat. They have no fear or guilt in their hearts. According to health science, people will naturally live longer if they have fewer distracting thoughts. Zhang Jianjun nodded with a smile and said, so, they have always been farmers? Farmers have their own ways of giving, businessmen have their own ways of giving, and officials are the same. They are flexible but they don't violate the rules. They are flexible but they don't step on the line. This is how a successful politician should be, right? What if someone steps on the line? A gentleman does not stand under a wall. Fang Yan said, for those who abide by the rules, those people are walls that can be pushed down at any time. Zhang Jianjun sighed softly and looked at Fang Yan and said, it's really not easy to be able to keep one's heart at such a young age. I study Tai Chi. The most basic condition of Tai Chi is to have Qi in one's heart. What kind of Qi is that? It's the Qi of righteousness, the Qi of atmosphere, the Qi of mountains and rivers, the Qi of the sun, moon, and stars. How can a person who walks in the dark all day see the Qi of righteousness, the Qi of mountains and rivers, the Qi of the sun, moon, and stars? Zhang Jianjun was silent for a long time and said, no wonder the chief thinks so highly of you. You should be an official. Fang Yan shook his head and said, any field needs a good person like me who has principles and limits. Zhang Jianjun was stunned for a moment and then burst out laughing. Fang Yan also smiled. As he smiled, his gaze became piercingly cold. There was a murderous aura. This murderous aura was not emitted by Zhang Jianjun, who was beside him, but from outside the door. The murderous aura penetrated the wall and hit the face, which proved that this person was extremely powerful. However, such a powerful person could control his murderous aura, but he didn't hide it, which proved that the other party just wanted to put some pressure on him and didn't mean to hurt him. The guest is here, Fang Yan said. Really? Zhang Jianjun turned around but didn't see the guest. A few seconds later, the door of the room was pushed open, and a young man in black appeared at the door of the room. Before the man entered the room, there was a fierce aura attacking the people in the room. His eyes directly ignored Zhang Jianjun, the host, and swept over to Fang Yan. The two people looked at each other, and it felt like an ice knife against a frost sword. The man refused to dodge, and Fang Yan couldn't retreat. It was just a staring contest. He had practiced it when he was a child. He didn't believe that he couldn't exhaust him to death. Zhang Jianjun originally wanted to stand up and make an introduction. When he got up, he found that the situation between the two people was not right, so he sat back with a smile on his face. He wanted to see how these two people would end up. 30 seconds, 50 seconds, 1 minute. Li Mingyun appeared at the door again. Looking at the man blocking the door, she said, Mr. Gongsun, why don't you go in and have some tea? The man in black broke his disguise and glanced at Li Mingyun with dissatisfaction. He lifted his feet and walked into the private room. Zhang Jianjun got up, looked at the man in black and said, Gongsun, I've been waiting for you. He pointed at Fang Yan who was drinking tea and said, this is Fang Yan from Swallow Dock. You should get to know each other better in the future. Then he pointed at the man in black and said to Fang Yan, Gong Sun Qi, the disciple of the Divine Dragon. People call him Little Divine Dragon. Fang Yan's expression froze, and the way he looked at Gong Sun Qi was filled with killing intent. This was the disciple of the Divine Dragon, Gong Sun Qi. He knew that the Divine Dragon had entered the Red Wall a few years ago, becoming a consecrator of the Xian division that was responsible for the safety of the country's leader. It was said that there were several heavenly Dao realm experts in the Xian division, and the weaker ones could reach the quasi-heaven Dao realm. Although one would lose some freedom when trapped in the Red Wall, there were countless treasures in the Red Wall. Any request could be satisfied. At their level, not only did they need to rely on self-cultivation, they also needed to rely on herbs and Dharma artifacts to cultivate. Just like how some Western magicians needed large family clans to provide them with countless magic crystals, these cultivators also needed all sorts of herbs to nourish their bodies. They needed all sorts of rare beasts and stones to improve themselves. Who could be wealthier than the country, their financial backer? Gong Sun Qi pricked up his brows and stared coldly at Fang Yan. He said, You want to kill me? How could Gong Sun Qi not see the saber flash in Fang Yan's eyes? How can that be? Fang Yan chuckled and waved his hand, looking like a good person. He looked seriously at Gong Sun Qi and said, I want to kill your master. Chapter 710. I want to kill your master. These were Fang Yan's heartfelt words. Why did he have such a strong desire? Because he subconsciously thought that the Fang family's current situation was directly related to the old drunkard Mo Qingdi's meridians being broken by the dragon god. It could also be said that it was the fuse. If the old drunkard was still Mo Qingdi, who would dare to bully the Fang family? If the old drunkard was still Mo Qingdi, who would dare to kill Fang Yixing and destroy Fang Yan's family? If the old drunkard was still Mo Qingdi, Fang Yan's life would not be so difficult and dangerous now, right? It was like a common scene in TV dramas. The male protagonist was originally from a wealthy family, but his father, the head of the family, was killed by someone. From then on, the family's financial situation plummeted, and he was bullied and looked down upon. The male protagonist's anger soared, and he began to work hard to avenge his father. Fang Yan was the male protagonist in another melodramatic drama. There was someone who could behead someone from 1,000 miles away, and someone who wanted to kill his master while chatting. Zhang Jianjun and Gong Sun Qi's expressions changed when they heard Fang Yan's words. Zhang Jianjun looked at Fang Yan with a serious expression and said, Fang Yan, be careful with what you say. Senior Dragon God is a national treasure, you must not attack him with words. Fang Yan said with a smile, he is a national treasure, so I can't even scold him now. Back then, Mo Qingdi was also a national treasure, right? Even the chief took special care of him at that time, right? And the result? Didn't he still get his meridians broken? One can only hear the new laugh, who can hear the old cry? Is this the country's attitude towards the old who serve the country? Zhang Jianjun shook his head and said, the situation is different. They were a fair challenge at that time. I didn't say it was an unfair challenge. Fang Yan said seriously. When I challenge the dragon god, I hope brother Jianjun can be our witness. Martial artists valued the relationship between their masters the most. A master was like a father, and Gong Sun Qi was no exception. Hearing Fang Yan say that he wanted to kill his master, Gong Sun Qi sneered and said, You're looking at the sky from the bottom of a well, how ridiculous. You can forget about defeating me, yet you still want to challenge my master? I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand the might of my master's sword, right? I know why you hate my master so much. It's because he injured your senior brother, don't underestimate him. Back then, Mo Qingdi was invincible when he was at his peak, but he was still defeated by Master's rabbit-head sword, not to mention the immature you. All right, all right. Zhang Jianjun waved his hand and said, don't start a war of words as soon as you meet. Take your seats. We still have business to discuss. Fang Yan's expression changed very quickly as he said with a smile, a guest follows the host's wishes. I'll listen to Big Brother Jianjun's arrangement. Gongsun Qi had always been an iceberg. From the moment they met, he had kept a straight face, so no one knew how he was feeling now. Under Zhang Jianjun's arrangement, Fang Yan and Gongsun Qi sat on his left and right respectively. When Li Mingyun saw the guests at the table, he quickly turned around and went out to order the restaurant to serve the dishes. The dishes were all some home-cooked dishes. The ingredients were not extraordinary, but the cooking was very exquisite. Zhang Jianjun looked at Fang Yan and Gongsun Qi and said, I heard that people in Jianghu like wine. I wonder if you two are interested in drinking a few cups? Shall the three of us drink some white wine? We don't agree with each other. No wine. Gongsun Qi directly refused. Fang Yan also looked at Zhang Jianjun with a smile and said, I like wine, but it depends on who I drink with. How can there be no wine when meeting a good friend? Why don't I accompany Big Brother Jianjun for a drink or two? Zhang Jianjun nodded and said, all right. We'll drink a bottle, half a caddy each. I don't dare to drink too much. I still have to return to the chief after dinner. I understand. Fang Yan said. Gongsun Qi didn't drink, nor did he move the chopsticks in front of him. It was as if he had no appetite for the food on the table. Fang Yan and Zhang Jianjun drank 3 cups in a row, and the bottle of white wine was mostly gone. Fang Yan said with a smile, Brother Jianjun has a good capacity for liquor. After a few cups of wine, Zhang Jianjun's impression of Fang Yan improved greatly. Although he was worried about Gongsun Qi's identity as a disciple of the Divine Dragon, he felt that this guy who liked to pretend to be cool had a low EQ and looked like a fool. He said with a smile, I was in the army back then, and then I was asked to work by the chief. The chief was the commander of the Iron Will Corps, and he took down one mountain after another with his brothers. Until now, he still likes to ask some talents from the military to work by his side. He always said that the army was hard, and there were too few opportunities. Many talented young people didn't have the chance to make a name for themselves. Fang Yan raised his glass and said with respect, to the chief. To the chief. Zhang Jianjun clinked his glass with Fang Yan again. Gongsun Qi also wanted to the chief, but the two of them didn't call him at all. He was too embarrassed to go over with a teacup, so he could only suppress his dissatisfaction in his heart. After drinking a bottle of wine, Zhang Jianjun's face turned slightly red, but Fang Yan looked as if nothing had happened. Zhang Jianjun laughed and patted Fang Yan's shoulder hard, saying, I heard you chatting with the chief. You said that the children of Swallow Dock drink with a cup. At that time, I thought you were bragging, but now it seems that it's true. Fang Yan smiled modestly and said, you are really good at bragging. You can blow a cow into the air with one breath. I know that Brother Fang Yan didn't drink well today. Let's get together another day. However, there is indeed an urgent matter that requires the two of you to take action today. What is it? Fang Yan asked. Gongsun Qi also looked over curiously. Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, this matter is too confidential, and this is not the place to talk. This time, I invited you two out mainly because the chief has ordered that you two will be responsible for this mission. Let's eat and get to know each other first, so that you can cooperate tacitly when carrying out missions in the future. Fang Yan smiled bitterly and said, Big Brother Jianjun, haven't you investigated before? Between the two of us, I want to kill him with a palm, and he also wants to stab me with a sword. Under such circumstances, how can the two of us cooperate tacitly? Zhang Jianjun's face became serious and said, is personal hatred or national hatred greater? If you can't distinguish between personal hatred and national hatred, who do you think will be hit in the end because of internal strife? Fang Yan and Gong Sun Qi looked at each other, both of them silent. Zhang Jianjun's expression eased a little and said, "You are both the most outstanding talents of the country. One is from Swallow Dock, one is from the mysterious department, one is the soul of the people, and the other is an official elite. In the future, there will be too many areas where the two of you will need to cooperate. You two must distinguish the importance." Fang Yan nodded with absolute certainty and said, "Big brother Jianjun, don't worry. I will actively cooperate and try my best to complete the mission. As for whether my teammates will cheat me or not, it's hard to say." Gong Sun Qi's face was full of contempt as he sneered and said, "People who speak nice words generally don't look good when they do things. Don't tell lies in front of our big brother Jianjun. There are many people in the government who speak nice words. Don't tell me they don't look good when they do things. Damn you." Gong Sun Qi suffered a big loss in words, so he wanted to draw his sword. Zhang Jianjun waved his hand and said, "Now you two know each other. Wait for the mission notice. Someone will contact you when the time comes." With that, Zhang Jianjun pushed the chair and got up to leave. When he walked to the door, Zhang Jianjun stopped again and turned to look at Fang Yan and Gong Sun Qi, saying, "I have paid for the tea and the meal. If you two break any tables or chairs, you will have to pay for it yourself. A friendly reminder, the things inside are really not cheap." With that said, he laughed and left. Fang Yan and Gong Sun Qi sat there, staring at each other, as if they would draw their swords at any time. After a long time, Gong Sun Qi looked at Fang Yan and asked, "Are the things inside very expensive?" "They don't look cheap." Fang Yan said. "Did you bring any money?" "No." Crash. Gong Sun Qi stood up and looked coldly at Fang Yan, saying, "In that case, let's fight another day. Then it's settled." Fang Yan said. Gong Sun Qi snorted coldly and pushed the door to leave in a very free and easy manner. Fang Yan sat in the same place, thinking about his own things. Gong Sun Qi appeared, so what about his master, the divine dragon Wuxia? He broke the tendons of the old drunkard Mo Qingdi's hand, so he should be worried about the Fang family coming to seek revenge, right? Did his line of sight notice her? Also, Zhang Jianjun knew that the Fang family and the divine dragon had a grudge, but he still set up a trap to bring him and Gong Sun Qi together. What did he want to do? Was this his intention, or the intention of the old man behind him? I can't figure it out. Fang Yan drank up the last drop of wine in the cup and muttered to himself, I really can't figure it out. When Zhang Jianjun returned to the Silver Needle courtyard, the old man was sitting at the table practicing calligraphy. Zhang Jianjun eagerly ran to help the old man make a cup of tea, and then stood quietly in the distance to watch. The old man came from the army, so his calligraphy was not beautiful, and the level was not too high. But the strength was great, and the ink penetrated the back of the paper. Moreover, every horizontal and vertical stroke of his calligraphy was extremely regular, looking decent and elegant, as if it was mimeographed for students to practice calligraphy. Of course, he himself was also imitating the handwriting. Skillful and easy. These were the 4 big characters on the paper. Because of the excessive strength, at first glance, they looked like 4 big ink balls. After the old man finished writing, he carefully looked for a while, shook his head gently and said, I have always followed the principle of skillful and easy in dealing with people, but I am not skillful at all when I write. It is too shallow and frivolous, and the words are heavy. If you don't like it, I will put it away and mount it on the wall of our living room. Zhang Jianjun said with a smile. The old man threw the brush into the ink pool and said, If you like it, take it, but don't mount it. If you do so, it is not because the calligraphy is good, but because of the identity of the writer. You must not learn this kind of vulgar and bad habit. Yes. Zhang Jianjun promised with a smile and handed the towel to the old man to wipe his hands. While wiping his hands, the old man looked at Zhang Jianjun and asked, "Have they met?" "Yes." Zhang Jianjun nodded and said. "How is it?" "It will happen at any moment." Chapter 7:11. On the verge of exploding. The old man chewed on this comment and said, "This phrase is not as good as handling with ease." At their age, how could they learn the essence of handling with ease? Wasn't Mo Qingdi young and promising back then? At that time, you were still a correspondent. When Mo Qingdi came to see me for the first time, I asked him what his hobbies were. He said drinking and writing. Kung Fu was only ranked third. I told him that I couldn't compete with him in drinking, and it was even more impossible for me to compete with him in Kung Fu. In the end, he wrote handling with ease for me. Do you still remember his handwriting? Yes. How could I not remember? Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, "The chief even asked me to hang Mo Qingdi's calligraphy in my bedroom, and I've been studying it day and night." Later, the chief kept practicing handling with ease. That must have something to do with him, right? That's right. The old man nodded with a smile. Mo Qingdi's calligraphy was really handling with ease. His strength was even, and his strokes were well proportioned. He could make people feel his strength and bearing, and also show them the beauty of his form. After that, I often reflected that ruling a big country is like cooking a small fish, so I need to do it with ease. Both of them are good, but their hearts are too vicious and their personal grudges are deep, so it's not easy to use them. But there's still a difference between them. Zhang Jianjun said with a smile. Fang Yan's heart is vicious, but he's well controlled and can control his emotions well. Not to say handling with ease, but at least he knows when to advance and when to retreat. Gong Sun Qi's character is eccentric, and as Mr. Dragon God's disciple, his murderous aura is more intense. Perhaps it's his nature, his character is sharper, like an unsheathed sword. He doesn't hide it, and he doesn't hold back. The old man glanced at Zhang Jianjun and said with a smile, "Looks like you like Fang Yan more, right?" Zhang Jianjun also smiled and said, "I have my own selfish motives. Fang Yan offered to drink with me, so I like him." Let's take a closer look. The old man said with a smile. Observe their words and actions. What we've got now is only a superficial conclusion. As for their nature, we can't make a decision yet. If we put them in such an environment, surely their nature will be more thoroughly exposed. But isn't this too dangerous? They have never been on a mission before. Danger? The old man glanced at Zhang Jianjun and said, "In ancient times, the swordsman learned the art of slaying dragons and sold it to the royal family. Nowadays, martial artists had to learn killing techniques to protect their country and their families." The way he said it was different, but the nature was the same. Whether it was in the past or in the future, these people with extraordinary skills are the pillars of our country. That is their responsibility, as it is ours. It's all for the sake of making people's lives safer and happier. I understand. Zhang Jianjun nodded solemnly and said, "I will arrange this matter well. Go and rest." The old man waved his hand and said, "I'll look at the documents for a while. I also have some documents to read." Zhang Jianjun said, "I'm in the small office outside. If you have any instructions, just call me and I'll come." The old man ignored Zhang Jianjun and walked straight to the desk. He flipped open a red document and began to read it. For people like them, there were countless decisions that needed to be made every day, and every decision was related to the people. They couldn't be the slightest bit careless. The news that Jiang Junling had been banished from the Jiang family and his name had been struck off from the Jiang family genealogy had finally spread. The news had first come from Jun Shiwen, and it was Fang Yen who had exposed this secret in front of everyone. Later on, someone had brought this matter to General Xing, and General Xing had replied with great certainty that this was indeed the case. General Xing's attitude had instantly dispelled all the suspicions of the outside world. No one had expected that the Jiang family's old patriarch, Jiang Shifu, who had always been protective of his son, would act so viciously and mercilessly. This could be considered the most exciting thing to happen in Yanjing in recent times, even suppressing the rumor that Qinitian was a mistress. Thus, the other key person who had caused the old patriarch to make this decision had also been revealed through the mouths of those with ulterior motives, Fang Yen. It was said that he had paid a visit to the Jiang family and eaten a bowl of dumplings that the old patriarch had personally made. Then, the old patriarch had straightforwardly kicked his own grandson out. Fang Yen? Everyone slapped their heads and thought, feeling that this name was a bit familiar. Very quickly, some smart people discovered that the Fang Yen who had caused Jiang Junling to be kicked out was the same person as the man who had interfered with Qinitian as a third party, Fang Yen. Fang Yen. It was Fang Yen again. In a single night, Fang Yen had become an influential figure in Yanjing. Back then, he had a conflict with Jiang Junling. That's right, back at the Maple Leaf Club, he had a direct conflict with Jiang Junling. I was also there. I heard that back then, he had caused Jiang Junling to suffer a huge loss. Jiang Junling bore a grudge and chased him all the way to Huacheng 3 years later. I don't know what Jiang Junling had done in Huacheng for the Jiang family's patriarch to actually chase him out of the Jiang family. This Fang Yen must not be provoked, and I don't know what his background is either. I just don't understand. For a woman like Qinitian, even if she wanted the stars in the sky, there would be people willing to pluck them down for her. Why would she want to be a man's mistress? One by one, the incidents where Fang Yen had made a name for himself in Yanjing were all dug out. There were even people who had made a copy of the picture of him that he had posted on the school's famous teacher program when he was teaching at Rosefinch Secondary. When someone asked about it, he would open his phone and take out the picture of Fang Yen and say, "Here, this is it." Then, those who saw the picture would have a look of surprise and say that he looked very ordinary. In all honesty, how handsome can anyone's picture be? Do they have the guts to put their ID cards on the internet? Hearing Xia Chen's description, Fang Yen said angrily. Xia Ji laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his back and said, "That's right, when my friend said you weren't handsome, I answered them the same way." Seeing Xia Chen's happy appearance, Fang Yen couldn't help but laugh and said, "You've been busy lately, right? You look a little thinner, but you're in pretty good spirits." "Did I really lose weight?" Xia Chen happily said, "I've been using the fruit and vegetable diet method to lose weight recently." "So it really worked?" "When I look in the mirror myself, I don't feel too obvious. I've been busy before, and I still am. But aren't you being a little too disloyal? You didn't even greet me when you arrived in Beijing? If Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin hadn't come back drunk, I wouldn't have known that they had already met you. I heard you're going to participate in an event." Xia Ji rolled his eyes and said disdainfully, "Please, when will I not participate in an event? I have to participate in a lot of activities every day, okay? You just don't want to call me. You're afraid that I'll disturb your gathering with those 2 little girls, right? Sigh, men these days all like the young. No one is interested in the old ones like me. I really don't have one." Fang Yen helplessly rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. Xia Ji picked up the coffee in front of him and took a sip. He looked at Fang Yen and asked, "Fang Yen, how are you doing?" "It's hard to say whether it's good or not." Fang Yen said with a smile, "It's hard to say, but at least I'm still alive. Let's just say that we're in danger every day. Don't look at us sitting together happily drinking coffee now. Maybe someone will come and kill me later. I'm not surprised that this happened. It's not a good idea to always be like this. Xia Ji sighed and said, you dodged it once, you dodged it twice, but can you hide for the rest of your life? What can I do? Fang Yan asked. Xia Chen thought for a moment, then gritted his teeth and made a difficult decision. He said, how about, I bring you back to see my grandfather and tell him that you're my best friend. We'll beg him to speak softly to the old man of the Jiang family. My grandfather and the old man of the Jiang family have some friendship. If he is willing to step forward, perhaps there will be a turn for the better. Fang Yan looked at Xia Ji with a face full of emotion and said, Xia, for you to say such words proves that you sincerely treat me as a friend. Nonsense. Xia Ji snappily said. When did I not treat you as a friend? You on the other hand, you forgot your friends and didn't even call me when you arrived in Beijing. Fang Yan smiled but did not reply. He knew that if he were to tangle with a woman on this topic, he wouldn't be able to explain it clearly in 3 to 5 days. But there's really no need. Fang Yan said. There was also another old man who brought me to visit Jiang Shifu. He also had the intention of speaking on my behalf, but he was unable to say the words. Jiang Shifu would rather banish his own grandson from the Jiang family than have any intention of privately reconciling. He is determined to fight to the death with me. To offend such a huge monster. Xia looked at Fang Yan with a face full of worry and said, you must be careful. I've lived in Beijing for so many years, but I still don't know how big the Jiang family is. I'm afraid even my grandfather doesn't know. It's really hard to feel at ease with such an opponent. I'm not afraid of your jokes. Fang Yan smiled and said, even when I sleep, I open one eye and close one eye. I'm afraid that if I accidentally fall asleep, I won't be able to open my eyes again. Even when you sleep, you turn a blind eye. That's because you've done too many guilty things, right? A young man stood behind Fang Yan and said in a hostile voice, Fang Yan, why aren't people like you dead yet? How can you still be alive? Fang Yan spread out his hands towards Xia Ji and helplessly said, look, I was right. Trouble will come knocking at your door at any time. Chapter 7:12. When people are unlucky, they will become more and more unlucky. This sentence was said by Fang Yan. Fang Yan felt that he could use his own name to name a Fang Yan law. The afternoon tea at the Palace Hotel was very famous. Some celebrities and socialites liked to meet here or talk about things. Fang Yan didn't have a house in Beijing, and he didn't want to disturb others, so he stayed at the Palace Hotel. When he called in the summer, he heard that Fang Yan was staying at the Palace Hotel, so he said that his activity venue wasn't far from here. He made an appointment with Fang Yan to have afternoon tea here. They had been sitting here for less than half an hour when the Fang Yan law came into play. Once again, bad luck came knocking on their door. It was just as he had said to Xia Ji just now. Don't look at us sitting together happily drinking coffee, maybe someone will come and kill me in a while. Of course, the person who spoke might not be able to kill Fang Yan, and there were only a handful of people in this world who could kill him. However, the other party obviously wanted to insult him or be insulted by him. In any case, he didn't want to make things easy for Fang Yan. Not even for a minute. Seeing that Fang Yan was still mocking herself, Xia smiled and said, you can even set up a stall under the bridge. There's no more accurate fortune teller than you. Then you have to take care of my business. Fang Yan said with a smile. Look, I still have some things to take care of. How about, it doesn't matter. Xia rejected Fang Yan's hidden suggestion and said, I'm not busy, I can wait for you. Fang Yan smiled. After getting the woman's understanding, he turned to look at the man standing behind him and asked, Anteng, who gave you the courage to stand in front of me? Anteng, Phoenix's brother. When he was very young, he had followed his family to Swallow Dock. It was just that he was a proud person and looked down on the poor kids in the village because of his status as a city dweller. The first time they met, he had a conflict with Fang Yen. That was because they drove a green Hummer back. When Yi Fengsheng saw it, he exclaimed that the car was so cool and that he wanted to buy one when he grew up. As he spoke, he used his hand to touch the hard lines of the car. Enteng was furious. He shouted, "Don't touch my car," and punched Yi Fengsheng's back. Fang Yen stood beside Yi Fengsheng. How could he let his good brother suffer a loss? He threw Enteng over his shoulder and sent him flying. From then on, Enteng no longer had any contact with the children of Swallow Dock. Even the number of times he went there was pitifully low. Even if he went there, he would hide in his old house and play games. He would not play with Fang Yen, Yi Fengsheng, and the other children. The little fellows of Swallow Dock all liked phoenixes, so everyone called her Phoenix. None of Swallow Dock's friends liked Enteng, so Li Xiaotian gave him the nickname Crow. Who asked him to be disliked. Later, as Enteng grew up, he became more and more resentful towards Fang Yen for throwing him away. There were 2 times when they met that Fang Yen wanted to be friends with him, so that Phoenix would not be in a dilemma. However, when he saw that Enteng was looking at him with a murderous look, Fang Yen let go of that thought. You can lower your head to a dog, but don't ever think of associating with a wolf. A dog will only bite you once, but a wolf will eat you whole without spitting out the bones. After that, the 2 of them did not have any contact. They studied and worked. Fang Yen went to Huacheng, and Enteng was nowhere to be found. He did not expect that the 2 of them would meet in this hotel restaurant. Moreover, Enteng was so murderous that he took the initiative to look for trouble. This was the first time Fang Yen had seen someone from the Yin clan since Phoenix's accident. He took the initiative to greet Xia Chen and said, "Sister Xia, I didn't mean to disturb your mood, but when I saw a heartless person like Fang Yen, I felt a bit of anger in my heart. I'm here to expose his ugly face, so that everyone else can be vigilant." Xia Chen was expressionless as he stirred the coffee in his cup with a spoon and said, "That's your private matter. You guys can handle it yourselves." Xia Chen was no stranger to Enteng. He was not afraid, nor did he want to cause trouble. She had heard a little about what had happened between An Yuyao and Fang Yen, but she did not know much about what had happened in between. In the encirclement incident that took place on the summit of One Sword Peak, the people involved were either dead or escaped. A few of them were monks and Taoist priests who kept their mouths shut about this matter. Other than guessing, the outside world had no other way to know the truth. Including the reason why Jiang Junling was expelled from the Jiang clan, it also made countless people scratch their hearts and lungs to find out the truth. "Fang Yen, what did you do to my sister? Forcing her to go to the Lotus Temple to be a nun? Whether she is good or bad to you, as long as you are not blind, you will definitely be able to see it. Do you still have a conscience for treating him like this? A heartless person like you is worse than a pig or a dog. No wonder Qin Etienne has been rumored to be your mistress recently. So it turns out that you abandoned him after climbing up a higher branch." Enteng's handsome face was twisted, as if he had some kind of blood feud with Fang Yen. Beside Enteng stood a pure and sweet girl. She also looked at Fang Yen with a look of, "This guy is a scum," her face full of disgust and hostility. Heartless person? Mistress? Abandoned after taking advantage of? Fang Yen carefully sorted out the contents of Enteng's words and finally understood what he was trying to express. In other words, in Enteng's mind, he was Phoenix's boyfriend, and Phoenix was also infatuated with him. In the end, when she ran to Huacheng to find him, she found out that he climbed up a higher branch called Qin Etienne, so she abandoned him and broke up with Phoenix. In a rage, Phoenix cut off her relationship with the mortal world and became a nun. What a wonderful and exciting melodramatic drama. If it was made into a novel, it would definitely be a big seller, right? Fang Yan had already thought of the name. It would be called My Ex-Girlfriend Became a Nun, and the number of hits on the website would quickly exceed 100 million. However, from Enteng's words, Fang Yan obtained an extremely useful conclusion. He understood his sister's feelings for him. Was Phoenix too obvious, or had his sister once exposed her heart to her brother? Phoenix, thinking of Phoenix's indifferent but determined appearance outside the Lotus Temple, Fang Yan's heart began to ache again. The people around him either passed away or left. Was he the descendant of Sirius? Was he destined to be alone for the rest of his life? Fang Yan opened his mouth and wanted to laugh, but felt that his laughter was too inexplicable. He looked at the girl next to Enteng and asked, "Do you believe what he said? Phoenix mentioned you to me. Every time we talked, she would talk about you. I am also a woman, and I know how a woman likes a man. She can't bear it, and she can't hide it. Every word can be led to him, and she wants the whole world to say good things about him." The girl stared at Fang Yan with disdain and said, "Phoenix suddenly decided to become a nun. It must have something to do with you, you scumbag." "It has something to do with me." Fang Yan nodded and said. "You admit it yourself?" Enteng sneered. "You ruined a woman's life, do you know that? You scumbag, are you still human?" "But, it's not the kind of relationship you think," Fang Yan said. "Not the kind of relationship we think? What kind of relationship is that?" Enteng thought that Fang Yan was quibbling, so he said harshly, "Fang Yan, stop explaining. What kind of bastard are you? I saw through you many years ago. My sister is now in the temple and praying to Buddha, but you are outside drinking. Do you have the heart? Your conscience has been eaten by dogs. Because..." Fang Yan sighed softly and said, "It's not me who forced her to be a nun. It's your family who forced her to be a nun." Enteng laughed and pointed to Fang Yan and said, "Fang Yan, are you crazy? Our family forced her to be a nun? Everyone in our family likes her, and everyone treats her like a phoenix. Why would we force her to be a nun? You just want to shirk your responsibility. How can you say such a thing? It's your family who forced her to be a nun." Fang Yan said firmly. Perhaps Enteng didn't know anything, but at this moment, Fang Yan's hatred for the Yin family suddenly emerged from the depths of his bones. He hated the Yin family, hated everyone in the Yin family. These people were all executioners, living butchers. They killed his relationship with Phoenix, and also Phoenix's life. If it wasn't for your Yin family, Phoenix and I would have been together a long time ago. Maybe we would be married and have children now. If it wasn't for your Yin family, how could Phoenix force herself to be with a pervert like Bai Xiu? If it wasn't for your Yin family. Fang Yan didn't know how to tell Enteng about what happened that night. It was the scar that Phoenix carved on his heart, and it was also the scar that Phoenix left on her face. That kind of thing was too cruel. If he told Enteng about it, everyone's soul would be hurt again. Phoenix had become a nun, and she wanted to atone for her sins. How could Fang Yan expose that scandal and turn Phoenix into a cursed and vicious woman? Even in the heart of the victim, she was not a vicious woman. How could he bear to let some insignificant people scold her like that? He didn't want Phoenix to suffer that kind of harm, even if it would make him feel wronged. However, Fang Yan didn't like the feeling of being wronged. That feeling was too uncomfortable. It was as if there was a powerful airflow running wildly in his body, looking everywhere for an exit, wanting to break out of his body. Since his heart was holding back, he had to find a way to vent it. So, Fang Yan picked up the coffee in front of him and splashed it on Enteng's angry face. Chapter 713. Holding one's breath and then releasing it, tightening and then relaxing, this was the way of Tai Chi. After venting his anger, Fang Yan immediately felt refreshed and his thoughts were clear. Even the summer that he was sitting on the opposite side of him, which was originally shining brightly, became 10 times or even dozens of times better than before. Even when he saw the layer of grey coffee juice on Enting's face, Fang Yen felt that he was a little cute and wanted to kiss him. "Ah," the girl next to Enting exclaimed. He didn't know if it was because her reaction was half a beat slow, or she needed time to think about whether to shout, "Ah," or "Yeah." Anyway, Fang Yen felt that the rhythm of her shouting was very unprofessional. It was like after someone slapped you in the face, you should immediately shout, "Ah," or "Yeah," to match the situation. After someone slapped you in the face, you only shouted, "Ah," after 3 hours. Wasn't there something wrong with your brain? It was also because of this reason that Fang Yen didn't like this girl very much. Although her delicate appearance was still in line with Fang Yan's aesthetic standards, he felt that the other party's acting was too exaggerated. However, the effect was achieved in the end. It should be known that most of the people who would come to a place like the Palace Hotel for afternoon tea were socialites or ladies pretending to be socialites. When they ate the pastries, they tasted them in small bites, and when they chewed, they made no sound. When they talked, if you didn't lean in, you wouldn't be able to hear what they were saying. The girl's scream immediately broke the quiet and elegant environment of the Palace Hotel. It was like a murderous howl, and everyone's eyes were attracted to it. The coffee was first poured on Enting's face in pieces, then it began to dilute and spread down his face. The grey juice dripped on Enting's face, neck, clothes. It also slipped into Enting's mouth, which made Fang Yan's stomach turn and he felt waves of nausea. He had already drunk half of that cup of coffee. Was this an indirect kiss? After the girl shouted, she finally realized what she should do. She took out a handkerchief from her pocket and quickly used it to wipe the coffee on Enting's face. Enting grabbed the handkerchief from her hand and wiped his face. His eyes were bloodshot, and he stared at Fang Yen and shouted, "Fang Yen, don't go too far." "Who's the one who's going too far?" Fang Yen pushed away the sofa under his butt and stood up. He looked at Enting with a serious expression and said, "Enting, I don't know if you really don't know or not. Go back and ask. Ask your parents, ask your uncles, or ask that old man in your family. Go and ask them, did they go too far? I don't need to go back and ask them. I can see it myself now. Everyone with eyes can see it." Enting pointed at his messy face and shouted, "Fang Yen, how immoral are you to do something like this? Your behavior is just like a shrew's way of fighting and swearing. No wonder you can't be seen in public. No wonder my family doesn't want my sister to be with you. The fundamental reason is that you don't deserve my sister. You are a rustic wild dog. Do you think you can rush to Yanjing and get a foothold at the foot of the imperial city just by wagging your tail? Let me tell you, you are dreaming." Fang Yen looked at Enting as if he was looking at an idiot. He pointed at his feet and said, "I have already got a foothold at the foot of the imperial city. Am I dreaming now? It's such a simple thing. Is it a very difficult thing for you to stand here with your feet firmly? Do you need to wag your tail at others? Enting, do you know what I dislike the most about you? I don't dislike your fake aloofness or the pride in your bones. I don't dislike your attitude that you are number one in the world. This is indeed a bit annoying. What I dislike the most is that you are standing in front of me at this moment." Fang Yen pointed at the crowd that was looking at them and said, "Do you know what they were talking about just now? They were talking about why I forced Jiang Shifu to expel Jiang Junling from the family. They were talking about why Qinitian, that kind of girl, would like me. Who is my opponent? It's Jiang Junling and the entire Jiang family." Fang Yen swept an extremely disdainful glance at Enting and said, "I am the focus of the crowd. I am the topic of discussion of the entire Yanjing people. But you came to provoke me at this time. What do you mean? You want to use my name to become famous? You want to step on me to rise? Do you think that by doing this, others will think that you have the qualifications to be my opponent? I can splash coffee on your face. Do you have the ability to splash coffee on my face? Enteng breathed heavily. His black pupils darkened and the white of his eyes turned red. His eyes showed a kind of sick blood-red color, like a bloodthirsty wolf or a crazy dog. After listening to Fang Yan's words, he turned around and ran to a table. He picked up a lady's coffee and wanted to splash it on Fang Yan's face. Fang Yan reacted quickly. He pushed Enteng's little girlfriend in front of him as a shield and said mockingly, "Splash it. Do you have the ability to splash it? You bastard." Enteng felt that his bladder was about to explode because of Fang Yan. He held the cup of hot coffee and circled around Fang Yan, wanting to splash the coffee on his face. However, when he circled around, Fang Yan pulled the girl and also circled around, saying, splash it on my face if you have the ability." No matter how Enteng circled around, the one in front of him was always the miserable and pale little face of his little girlfriend. The onlookers were all stunned by this scene. They thought that they would see a wonderful show, but no one expected. This good show was such a child's play. "I can't believe my eyes," a young girl in a red dress said to her companion. "That guy. The guy who dragged a woman as a shield, is he really the Fang Yan who forced Jiang Junling away? Are they playing house? Let's see if there are any cameras nearby. They must be filming." Xia Ji was a little regretful. When Fang Yan just said that she could leave in advance if she had something to do, she shouldn't have hesitated and quickly left with her bag. How could I become friends with such a guy? Xia Ji wailed in her heart. Her head was lowered, her long hair was scattered, and she tried not to look into anyone's eyes. She really couldn't afford to lose this person. "Are you going to splash me?" Fang Yan said proudly. "Can't splash it?" Enteng raised the coffee cup in his hand several times, but his little girlfriend exclaimed, "No, Enteng doesn't want it," so Enteng couldn't pour it down. The hotel staff finally couldn't stand it anymore as the commotion was so joyous and unscrupulous. The security guard at the door and the welcoming girl ran over together. The welcoming girl advised Enteng, "Sir, please put down the coffee cup. If you have something to say, let's talk." However, the security guard walked towards Fang Yan and said, "Sir, please let go of this lady. You are breaking the law. If you don't let her go, we will call the police." Fang Yan pointed at Enteng and said, "He wants to splash me with coffee." "Sir, I promise you, Pa." When Enteng was dodging the greeter's action, the coffee in his hand spilled out. The entire cup of coffee and the cup smashed into the security guard's chest. The security guard was stunned for a moment, then let out a blood-curdling scream. The coffee was too damn hot. Fang Yan sighed softly, looked at the security guard who was affected, and said, "You see, you can't guarantee anything." Enteng looked at the security guard who was scalded by the coffee and stopped chasing Fang Yan. Fang Yan let go of the girl, patted her on the shoulder and said, "Go comfort him. What if he wants to commit suicide?" The girl's eyes were wet. She rushed to hug Enteng and cried. Enteng's eyes were also red. He reached out and hugged the girl. He stared at Fang Yan fiercely and said, "Fang Yan, today's shame, okay. Fang Yan waved his hand impatiently and said, "I know you want revenge. I know it even if you don't say it. Hurry up, or you won't be able to leave if I change my mind." "Anne." Fang Yan pointed to the security guard who was covering his chest and said, "Pay for his medical expenses. It's not easy for him to find a job." Enteng didn't say a word. He pulled the girl's hand and quickly left. Fang Yan took out a handkerchief from his pocket and handed it to the receptionist. He said, "Help him wipe it." He then took out a credit card from his pocket and said, "I'll pay for the medical expenses, I'll pay for the broken things. I'll leave this card with you for now." When Fang Yan sat down again, his face was full of exhaustion. Xia looked at his expression for a long time, then said in a low voice, "Fang Yan, you're too tired." "Yeah, I'm too tired." Fang Yan said with infinite emotion, "If you want to take care of everyone's feelings, then you can only sacrifice your own feelings. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but when I saw that girl crying in her boyfriend's arms, I was actually very envious of her. I've always felt that I was the one who felt the most wronged and should be crying. But I just can't cry. If you want to cry, then cry." Xia looked at his sad eyes with infinite pity and said, "Didn't King Lu sing it already? A man can cry, it's not a sin. I can't cry." Fang Yan rubbed her eyes hard, showing a strong look that wouldn't be easily overwhelmed by life. "If you can't lower your head, the crown will fall. You can't cry. Idiots will laugh. Puchi." After holding it in for a long time, Xia couldn't help but laugh out loud. Fang Yan became anxious and quickly explained, "Don't misunderstand, I didn't say you were an idiot." Chapter 7:14. It would have been better if Fang Yan didn't explain, but after listening to Fang Yan's explanation, Xia really wanted to smash the coffee cup in his hand into his face. "What do you mean I didn't say you were an idiot?" Xia thought angrily. However, she was happy in her heart. The only person who dared to talk to her like this, who dared to use such an insulting word like idiot to joke with her, was probably the only one in Fang Yan in all these years. Other men either treated her as a high and mighty star, or as a goddess with an extraordinary background. Some people, even if they wanted to show their affection and joke with her, it would just be a dragonfly touching the surface of the water. It would be too forceful and deliberate, and they would just laugh it off. Instead, they would think, "So the relationship between us is just like that." Fang Yan said it so casually, so naturally joking with her. In his heart, he did indeed treat her as a friend. Look, a woman's mind is so strange. You love her and hold her, and she feels that your bones are cheap. If you belittled her and stepped on her, she would think that you were a bastard. It was not easy to master the degree of the relationship. However, a friendly reminder, don't treat women as goddesses. Fang Yan smiled and said, "This is a line from a TV series. It's very popular on the internet. I'll borrow it for a while, I've seen this TV series." Xiaofan said, "As long as it's an outstanding work or a work that has a good reaction from the market, I will find time to carefully appreciate it. I'm always worried that I'm not doing well enough, so I have to constantly learn from others' strengths." "You're already the movie queen, who can be your teacher?" Fang Yan said with a smile. "How can there be a time to be satisfied?" Xia shook his head and said, "You're a little abnormal today, I thought of a friend." Fang Yan said, "Her ending shouldn't be like this, is it Enteng's sister? I don't have much contact with her, but I heard that she's very beautiful. She's a famous beauty in Beijing." Xia said, "They definitely wouldn't have thought that a person with such a vicious mouth would be so kind." "Are you complimenting me?" Fang Yan asked with a smile. If it weren't for her feelings, I'm afraid you wouldn't have let Enteng off so easily, right? Do you still remember what happened to us in Huacheng Sky No. 1? You could even deal with an insignificant person so cleanly. The Yin family has owed you too much, yet you allowed him to walk out unscathed." Xia thoughtfully sized up Fang Yan and said, "I can't tell, I didn't expect you to be such a passionate person." Fang Yan forced a smile and said, "How is this sentimental? She was my first love." "Have you ever had your first love?" "It's the first time I've experienced the feeling of my heart racing. Unfortunately, it's impossible for us to do it again. A lot of things can never go back to the past." Xiaofan comforted her and said, "If we can't walk together, then we can only say that you guys aren't suitable. In any case, you have Yi Rou, Qin Etian, Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin now. Especially Jiang Qin, it was as if he had been possessed. So many years had passed, how old was she at that time? I really don't know what you did to a child back then. I just asked them to study hard and make progress every day. Fang Yan smiled and said, if you don't believe me, go back and ask them. Maybe it's because they think what I said makes too much sense. Everyone knows what to say. Even if it makes sense, so what? Xia Chen pouted coquettishly and said, however, your current situation is getting worse and worse. You've already offended the Jiang family, and now you've offended the Yin family, as well as some enemies that I might not even know about. Fang Yan, how can you have such an ability? Why can you offend so many people wherever you go? I've explained this to others. I told them it's because I'm too outstanding. Fang Yan said. But in front of you, I have no choice but to tell the truth, Xia Zhi's face was full of curiosity as he asked, because what? Because my luck with women is too good. Fang Yan said in a low voice, if I didn't know Lu Chaoga back then, I wouldn't have come into contact with Jiang Zhulu. If I didn't come into contact with Jiang Zhulu, I wouldn't have become enemies with Jiang Junling. Later on, I realized that all the bad guys in the world are good friends. I don't know if your luck with women is good or not. Xia Kiki giggled and said, your last sentence is right. All the bad guys in the world are good friends. At that level, all the bad guys know each other. Because this circle is too small, there are always a few people jumping around. So, I poked a hornet's nest. You can't say that. Xia brushed away the hair on his forehead and said with a serious expression, you have a lot of resources on hand. You have Swallow Fort, at least the master of Swallow Fort supports you. You have the support of the Qin family, your own Chaoyan Empire, and the solid foundation of Huacheng. You also have so many friends. If you need me, I'm willing to bring you back and beg the old man to help you. Although the strength on your side is too scattered, and you might be at a disadvantage in a clash, it's not like you're completely powerless. Fang Yan, think about it. 3 years ago, if someone had told me that you could contend against a giant like the Jiang family, I wouldn't have believed it no matter what. But now, I believe that you can contend against them, and I even believe that you will win in the end. I don't know if I will win, I only know that I must fight. Fang Yan said resolutely, fighting is just a possibility of dying. If you don't fight, you will definitely die. Obviously, she went to inform Yi Rou that Fang Yan was here. Fang Yan touched his nose and smiled bitterly. He handed the basket in his hand to the maid, Xiao Mei, and said, send it to the kitchen. Xiao Mei took it with a smile and said, young master, our family has also grown the vegetables you sent, how can they be the same? Fang Yan said with his eyes wide open. Look at these vegetables. Don't they look different from the vegetables in your house? Xiao Mei looked at them seriously. The maid said, no. Not careful. Fang Yan said, not careful enough. Da Vinci said that there are no two eggs that are exactly the same in the world, and it is impossible for there to be two eggplants that are exactly the same in the world. Stop talking nonsense and quickly send it in. Fang Yan wanted to watch the show from the side, but the show just had to come to him. Yi Fengsheng suddenly appeared behind him and whispered in his ear, little Yan Zi, you have to think of a way to save me. Fang Yan was tall and thin, while Yi Fengsheng was as fat as a ball. Therefore, when he hid behind Fang Yan, it was like a person holding a leaf to cover his body. Sure enough, Bailey Lu discovered Yi Fengsheng's whereabouts. He leaped and punched towards where Fang Yan was standing. Chapter 7:15. The fist wind whistled, and the powerful qi crisscrossed. A majestic aura swept towards where Fang Yan and Yi Fengsheng were standing. It was like a giant tornado had suddenly appeared, engulfing the two of them in an overwhelming manner. A seemingly solid black veil appeared above Fang Yan and Yi Fengsheng's heads. That was the place where the wind from the fists gathered. The murderous aura released by the fists tore and collided with the surrounding air, giving off tiny explosive sounds. The murderous aura condensed above their heads and no longer dispersed, waiting for Bailey Lu's fist, which was the real killing move, to arrive and detonate the entire strong wind boundary. The Bailey clan started with their fists and became famous through their fists. The Bailey clan's godly fist was the strongest and most tyrannical fist, and also the fiercest and most courageous fist. Their fist manuals were filled with phrases such as one punch, no return, injuring 3,000 enemies, injuring 800. The peak of the Bailey clan's godly fist technique was when the boxing lunatic Bailey Fong was still alive. Bailey Fong had a nickname called Bailey Lunatic because his fist technique was exquisite and he fought with no regard for his own life. He was also called Bailey Lunatic. Bailey Fong entered the way with his fists. His 100 miles godly fists were extremely effective in his hands. Countless experts of the Jianghu were sent flying by his fists. They did not even have the strength to resist. For a period of time, there was even a saying that it was better to provoke the awakening celestial sword than to provoke the 100-mile fist. The awakening celestial sword was the famed weapon of Xiangxi's swift swordsman Zhao Jingshan. A single awakening celestial sword was unstoppable. Bailey Fong used the crazy fist to conquer the heavenly Tao, but he didn't expect that he would really become a madman. After failing to climb the mountain, he spent his days shouting that someone was out to kill him and that he was going to commit suicide. In the end, he really committed suicide. Bailey Fong was the Bailey clan's most likely expert to successfully climb the heavenly way. He was also an expert who was infinitely close to the heavenly way. Bailey Lu's death was a huge blow to the Bailey clan. There was even a saying that, godly fists do not enter the path. The godly fist could not enter the Tao. The people of the Bailey clan refused to accept this. Generation after generation worked hard, risking their lives, thinking of using their clan's ultimate arts to climb the heavenly Tao. Unfortunately, the world was mostly like this. You wouldn't be rewarded just because you put in the effort. To this day, the Bailey family still did not have a single fist master who could successfully climb the heavenly Tao. This was also the reason why Bailey Lu was so crazy. He toured the famous mountains and rivers all day long, looking for heroes all over the world to challenge. The pressure was huge. However, even if you're crazy, it's fine if you challenge others, but you can't just hit anyone you see, right? What if I can't beat you? Fang Yan cursed in his heart. Fang Yan, save me! Yi Fengsheng shouted from behind. Bailey Lu was obviously coming for Yi Fengsheng, but Yi Fengsheng's strength was not as good as Bailey Lu's. Moreover, he had a guilty conscience, so how could he have the courage to fight? Therefore, he placed his hopes on Fang Yan, who was standing in front of him. Fang Yan was his good brother, and Fang Yan was his cousin-in-law. Fang Yan's kung fu was good, and Fang Yan's character was wonderful. Fang Yan would not leave them in the lurch. Although Yi Fengsheng's face was full of shock, his heart was calm. He knew that Fang Yan would help him take this punch. Fang Yan gathered his energy in his dantian and took a step forward with his right foot. Yi Fengsheng's eyes were mesmerized, and he was very touched. His guess was right, Fang Yan had fought back, Fang Yan had fought back. If there was trouble, look for Fang Yan. Fang Yan would let you not be bothered anymore. Fang Yan tiptoed with his right foot and leaped high into the air. He struck out with his palm and pierced through the black gauze above his head, so cool. Yi Fengsheng crossed his arms in front of his chest, and there were hot tears in his eyes. Fang Yan's counterattack was so cool, and he jumped so high. Something's wrong. Yi Fengsheng's chubby cheeks suddenly puffed up. This was because he realized that Fang Yen had been flying all this time. He was like a rocket that had been shot straight up into the sky, based on his reaction and flying height. If he didn't fly up into the sky like Zhou Xingxing did, and then rush down to kill Bai Lilu with the Buddha's palm, then there was only one possibility: he ran away. F***ck, he actually ran away. Yi Fengsheng's hair stood on end, and he felt like his whole body was about to explode. When Yi Fengsheng realized that something was wrong, it was already impossible to turn around and run away. He gritted his teeth, and suddenly gathered his strength. He took 2 steps forward, and clenched his fists to meet Bai Lilu's punch. Too late. Bai Lilu's fist was already in front of Yi Fengsheng's face. Fang Yen. Yi Fengsheng roared in anger. Pa! Their fists collided. However, without any surprise, Yi Fengsheng's body was like a rolling gourd as he tumbled backwards. One was prepared, and the other was a hasty response. One was ready to attack, and the other was an idiot. It was obvious that Yi Fengsheng was no match for Bai Lilu. Gotcha! He knocked over a ginkgo tree in the yard, and his body fell heavily into the nursery. Fang Yen. Yi Fengsheng lay on the small sapling, and cried out Fang Yan's name. Aren't we friends? Aren't we friends? Aren't we people who love each other? Why? Why did you do this to me? Why did you jump so high? Fang Yen stood in the corner of the yard, and snatched half of the cucumber from Ye's hand. He took a bite, and said, I haven't seen you for a long time, and Bai Lilu's punching skills have improved. This punch is not flashy, not frivolous, and not opportunistic. It uses strength as the bone, courage as the flesh, and one punch. Ouch! Fang Yen touched the arm that Yi had pinched, and looked at Yi angrily. He said, Didn't I just snatch half of your cucumber? Did you have to use so much strength? I was the one who brought this cucumber to you just now. Fang Yen, you still have the nerve to say that? Who wants the cucumber? Did I pinch you because of the cucumber? Yi looked at Fang Yen with disdain, and said, Yi Fengsheng is your good friend and brother. When he was in danger, you actually ran away. I didn't run away. Fang Yen explained, I was still watching from the side. Watching him get beaten up? Fang Yen nodded, and said, Men always have to experience this day. You, Fang Yen smiled, and chewed on the cucumber. He watched Bai Lilu rush towards Yi Fengsheng, who was lying on the ground. He sat on Yi Fengsheng's body, and punched Yi Fengsheng's face, and scolded, Yi Fengsheng, you bastard. Yi Fengsheng held his head with both hands, and shouted, Don't hit my face, don't hit my face. Help! Bai Lilu punched him again, and roared angrily, Yi Fengsheng, if you don't give me an explanation, I won't let you off. Bang, bang, help, help. Bai Lilu seemed to have a deep hatred for Yi Fengsheng. He kept punching Yi Fengsheng's head, chest, and all the parts of his body that could be hit. Bai Lilu lay there, howling like a pig being slaughtered. He shouted for help and scolded Fang Yen at the same time, Fang Yen, you bastard. You're not loyal to your friends. Help! Someone, help me. Fang Yen, did you give birth to a son? Mimi. Help, he's beating me to death. Fang Yen, you bastard, I'm going to cut off all ties with you. Fang Yen looked aggrieved, and said to Yi, who was standing next to him, Tell me, who did I offend? It was clearly Bai Lilu who was beating him. Yi snorted, and was not willing to talk to Fang Yen at all. Is your Yi family still reasonable? Fang Yen said with a bitter smile. Bailey Qingzhu rushed over, hugged her brother's arm, and cried, Brother! Brother, don't hit him anymore, you're going to kill him. Bai Lilu wanted to hit him again, but his sister held his arm tightly and refused to let go, so he could not use too much force. Let go. Bai Lilu sighed. Brother, this has nothing to do with Fengsheng, it's me. I blame myself. You're still speaking up for him. Bai Lilu wanted to punch him again. Blame me, blame me. Yi Fengsheng hurriedly apologized, and said, "It's all my fault. Don't blame Qingzhu." "I didn't blame Qingzhu at all." Bai Lilu wanted to hit him again. Brother. Bailey Qingzhu was angry. She hugged her brother's arm, and said, "Can't we talk nicely?" "Yes, yes. Talk nicely." Fang Yan walked over with a cucumber in his mouth, and advised, "It's not a big deal, why do you have to get physical? Let the people outside see it as a joke." "What did you say?" "It's not a big deal." Bai Lilu punched Yi Fengsheng's head. "Do you know what this fatso did? He shouldn't have done anything." Fang Yan said, "He's a human, right? You." Bai Lilu's face turned green and white, and he stared at Fang Yan, and said, "You know everything, and you still dare to say that it's not a big deal?" "It's not a big deal to begin with," Fang Yan said with a serious face. "How old is your sister this year?" 21. "She's an adult, right? What are you trying to say?" "Yi Fengsheng and your sister are both adults, and they have the ability to be responsible for their own actions. No matter what happened between them, that's their business. They haven't gotten married officially, and they're all ready." Bai Lilu sat on Yi Fengsheng's fat belly, and said angrily, I know. Fang Yan nodded, and said, "This is Yi Fengsheng's fault. What kind of man is a martial arts practitioner if he can't even control his lower body? But now that you've beaten him up, your anger has subsided." "Alright, I know, it hasn't completely subsided, but it's at least half subsided, right? So, can't we just settle the rest of the matter? If you beat him to death, then this official marriage really can't be realized." Yes. Yi Fengsheng nodded repeatedly, and said, "I'm not an irresponsible man." "Fang Yan, you bastard, I want to break off all ties with you, even if you scold me." Fang Yan looked at Yi Fengsheng, and said with a face full of sincerity, "I will still help you." You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.